that only Almighty God can give. And I greet you with the greetings, the traditional greetings of peace. Assalamu alaikum. That is, peace be upon us. Yes. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Welcome again. Welcome everyone to the Mosque Cares First Sunday Community Meeting. This is a groundbreaking program, not just for the Muslim community and followers of Imam W.D. Muhammad, but this is a very exciting program because it encapsulates the vision of the Imam W.D. Muhammad, the founder of the Mosque Cares Ministry, and the one who led the followers and supporters from what was known as the former Nation of Islam under his father, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, into the universal teachings of Muhammad the Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and the leadership and the guidance of the Holy Quran, which is our holy book, which is practiced. The religion is practiced all over the world and has been for over 1,400 years by 1.5 billion Muslims. Sometime I'm off. What is it? Is it 2 billion now? I don't know, but we steady growing. Alhamdulillah. I hear Ideal using it sometime, but if y'all want to know what I mean when I say it's that new technology, I'll explain it to you, inshallah. But it's the new tech. You know, we got the new tech, and that's the Holy Quran. So all praises are due to Allah. I hope everyone's doing well. We're gonna open up. We have a very exciting program, and we're going to recap some of last month's First Sunday, which was our annual Muslim convention, which is our largest gathering for the followers and supporters of the ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad. And thank you, Imam Elam. Imam Elam, you can introduce. You could introduce Imam. Dr. Ramadan for the Muslim Health Consortium.
Okay. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladina an'amta alayhim. Gayril maghdubi alayhim waladallin. Ameen. And welcome to the first Sunday, and we're going to bring on Imam Ramadan and the Health Consortium, and they'll take us into their program. Thank you.
I think he's muted. Yes, we need to unmute Dr. Ramadan.
Yes, sir. I believe he hears us. He's looking for it now.
Okay, great. Hey, you fit.
Either it's muted or your volume is down, Dr.
Yeah,
Ramadan.
I'm going to mute.
I'll send you a message.
There we go. You hear me now?
There we go. Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Okay, alhamdulillah. All right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la sharika lahu. Ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu rasuluhu sallallahu alayhi wasallam. As always, we thank Allah for this additional day of life, and we are grateful for His permission for us to be here and to address this Mosque Cares First Sunday. And we'd like to thank the Mosque Cares for this opportunity for the Muslim Health Consortium to present this information that we've had an opportunity to study and that we'd love to share with the believers and the public. So with that beginning, we'd like to start, and as we do each time, we begin with the biggest picture, and at least for us, and that's the public health update. And so we'll get right into that. Uh, the We can all recognize the recent event of what's happening with climate change, and when we look at climate change, we see not only the climate change of the earth, but we also see climate change of the microbes, infectious disease, and the mutating viruses. And we also look at climate change in the political climate. That impacts us from a public health perspective. So we're going to touch on those quickly before we get into our subject for today. We all know that this past week, and it's been about a week ago, just a little over a week, we were hit with Hurricane Helene, and she covered through many states, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, and Alabama, and very hard hit was West North Carolina. And we say, may Allah please ease their pain and suffering. I mean, we and no one else expected that a hurricane coming through the Gulf Coast was going to impact mountain communities. But we're seeing things now for the first time that we haven't seen before. So this is not a time that a person could say, well, I've never seen that before, so I don't believe that's going to happen. Well, this is unprecedented times, and we're seeing many things that we hadn't seen before. And those things that we often relied upon, we see that many times that they are more shaky than we thought they were. So this is an important time for all of us to protect and prepare ourselves, our families, and our communities. And also, it's a time to increase our self-monitoring. We got to continually update and do what we say as risk analysis. Things that we hadn't considered before, we have to consider now. We have to start thinking outside of the box. So we trust that the recovery is going on and continuing into those devastated areas. And we'd also like to say that remember, we're now in the fall and winter is coming up. So it's not only we have to, or they have to, with the assistance of so many, uh, uh, deal with the immediate damage and loss of life, but also to prepare for the upcoming winter months. And that will add another layer of complexity and problems to their efforts. And with the being in the fall, we know that this is a time for respiratory illnesses, and the we'll get to that, but also the climate is changing for the microbes, mutating viruses, and that impacts food safety too. And in terms of the food, we are aware of so many food recalls and so many food infections are occurring. And this is occurring because in many instances, some of the ingredients that they're using now are cheaper than they have been in the past. The preparation and processing is often laxed more than it has been due to cost cutting and limited FDA review and protection that has not been there. And also, we see corporate misrepresentation more than we've seen in the past. So we have to be aware of this as consumers and as part of that changing climate. And finally, that we're going to address here in this is the political climate. Now uh, we know the intense partisanship and the social stress is now increasing as we near elections. Also, we have to be aware because it has public health impact is supply chain instability. We just dodged a bullet with the strike that was at least postponed. So, but that sort of scared everyone. They were rushing the stores for essentials and things such as toilet paper and hot towels and other things, just in case. We want to emphasize that is a mindset that we should have all along because these, again, show that there are supply chains instabilities and these changes in weather and climate also shows us grid instability. And these are things that we have to prepare for too. So we mentioned the triple that this is the fall respiratory illness season, and we've talked about in the past the triple demic. We're not going to go deeply into that now, but remember that is COVID-19, the flu, and RSV. And for each of these, there's a vaccine. And it's important, as we said, to protect yourself and your family and be concerned about the community. So if you haven't got your vaccines for these, get them. The new COVID vaccine now is out, and in most places, I believe it might be available. Um, for those in Medicare, it's free. There might be a cost for others, but you have to check on it what it is in your area. Also, has been on the burner in the past, bird flu, and to update you on what's the latest with that. Two more farm workers in California have contracted it, and that makes a total of 16 individuals since March, and that have been officially reported. All of us are aware, as well as the officials, that the number is probably much higher, but many people are not being tested. Many farm workers are not seeking assistance when they have symptoms, and this is a concern. And because the thing that we're looking for and are afraid of is if human to human transmission occurs. That's a new ball game. So we are watching that, and vaccines are they're working to develop vaccines for animals and for people ahead of time. So that sort of effort is going on. And finally, in the this public health portion of our presentation, we don't want to forget that infectious diseases are occurring in Gaza. And may Allah extend this mercy to those suffering in Gaza. I mean, and they have been bombed back in time. The infrastructure, sanitation, fresh food, fresh water, healthcare, just protection. Uh, they suffer from that due to human intervention. And all of this sets the scene for increased uh, illnesses, infections, diseases. They're suffering from diarrhea, dehydration, kidney failure. And we mentioned in our last presentation, polio has been discovered there among the Palestinians. They have definite wound infection and sepsis, and malnutrition and dysentery. So all of these things occur in disasters. So that's a problem, and we're inshallah keep a close eye on that. Today, okay, here, one moment. Our discussion today, our topic is living with age-related hearing loss. October happens to be Audiology Awareness Month. So with that in mind, the consortium has selected this topic, living with age-related hearing loss. And under that, I add, doesn't everybody hear what I hear? And we humans really only hear a fraction of all of the sounds out there. We think even when we believe that we have good hearing, that if I don't hear it, it must be quiet. Well, that's not true. There are many, many, many sounds going on out there that are below and above our hearing range. So our hearing range, which is a rather small range, is from about 20 to 20,000 hertz. And the area below what we hear is from 20 to 250 hertz. And that includes deep bass tones, like musical instruments, rumbling machinery, or we gave the example before of some of those cars and young people going down the street with a deep bass. And you might not hear, well, you hear it, but some of it just rumbles the house because it's so deep. Well, it's below uh, the hearing range, some of it. And then there's the mild frequency tones. Those are the ones between 250 hertz to 4,000 hertz. And that's the range of what I'm speaking in, that you're listening to. And every environmental sounds, doorbells, telephones, uh, those things that we hear that we take for granted. That's the middle range. And then there's high frequency tones or sounds. And those sounds extend from 4,000 hertz to 20,000 hertz. And those are the sharp, high pitched tones. Some birds make that sound, electronic devices, uh, dog whistles, dog whistles that the dogs hear. And the one blowing a whistle wants to connect with the dogs, but doesn't want anybody else to hear it. So they give a dog whistle. So it's above our hearing frequency sounds. So the question that we have is, uh, since so many sounds out there, and we might not be perceiving uh, them for various reasons, or properly processing what we are receiving. So is it hearing or is it processing? Those are the questions that we ask. And the age-related hearing loss is presbycusis. And a couple of types that the major types are sensory neural hearing loss. And those obviously have to do with the brain and the nerves uh, that contribute to hearing loss. And I've seen the example used that it's like, well, sensory neuro is the most common type of hearing loss, and it involves the inner ear or the cochlea and the nerve pathways to the brain. And it's like aging is like the piano keys get stuck and affects the sound that you hear. So think about that. And people have trouble hearing high pitched tones. Uh, they have trouble hearing the phone ringing, birds chirping, uh, conversations going on in noisy environments. So the next type of hearing loss is conductive hearing loss. And the cause for conductive hearing loss is blockage in the ear. That can be due to damage. It can be due to obstruction from earwax or cerumen, and or infection. So it's like you're trying to hear through a pipe, but the pipe gets blocked, and that causes a deficit in hearing, and that's when the sound seems muffled and like your own voice is louder. And the third type is a mixed hearing loss, where it's sensory neural and conductive hearing loss. And it's like when the piano keys are stuck and the pipe is blocked. So you really have a problem there. And many people have both those types of hearing losses. And it's important for the family and those close to an individual with such losses to detect this, because hearing loss can oftentimes be mistaken for other conditions like depression and Alzheimer's or dementia, and a person quietly adjusts to his detect deficit in hearing. He adjusts his life, and and those close to him may think these are simply aging deficiencies that he is going through, and not realize that the basis is hearing. So the treatment for it is hearing aids, assistive listening devices, and ultimately, if hearing aids are not effective after first cleaning ears and being examined by the primary care specialist, they may resort to cochlear implants, where this is implanted and the outer ear is bypassed and it goes right to the nerve. So all of this needs family support and the support of loved ones. And at this point, we are going to uh, uh, go right into Sister Sharon, who is going to take us deeper into those areas on this subject that we've introduced and touched on. So at this time, Sister Sharon, if you would come forward, take it from here.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Alhamdulillah. To Imam Devi Muhammad, President of Mosque Cares, Dr. Ramadan, and the listening and viewing audiences, our technical team, Imam Abdel, Muhammad and also Imam Elam Muhammad. It is indeed a pleasure and a blessing to come before you today and to talk to you about such a very important topic, part of our lives. It actually is something that affects the quality of our lives, and that's our hearing. How many of us take for granted the beautiful sound of the adhan when it's called? There's a brother at Masjid Muhammad. It just makes you, you just feel so, your heart just feels so warm when you hear him call the adhan. Suppose one day you couldn't hear the adhan. So inshallah, I'm going to take a few minutes to share with you some information regarding audiology being one of the October healthcare observances, inshallah. So let me actually share my screen. Okay. All right. Slideshow. Are you able to see the share?
Well, like
Inshallah.
mashallah, yes.
No.
You just need to switch to the screen you want it on, but you are sharing your screen. Just switch to the
PowerPoint.
window or either the PowerPoint that you want to show.
Okay. Imam Abdul, do you have it on your side?
Yes, let me pull it up for you.
Okay. Shukran. All right, so you're able to see it? You want to escape?
Yes, we could see it, Sister Sharon, and
Okay,
I could cycle through it if you would like.
okay, alhamdulillah. So once again, this is October's Audiology Awareness Month. And let's see. So what is audiology? It comes from two word roots, audio, meaning to hear, and logi, or the study of. So in essence, audiology is the study of hearing in medical terms. It's the branch of science dedicated to the study of hearing, balance, and their associated disorders. Inshallah, next slide, sir. Thank you. All right, so there was a scientific report publication that examined how hearing loss is also related to cardiovascular risk factors such as hypertension and diabetes. Next slide, sir. So for those who can see, this is a picture of the inner ear, the parts of the inner ear, and This is where those tiny specialized cells are located. And so sensory neural, as Dr. Ramadan was speaking of, actually we lose that hearing when these cells can't receive that sound. And then they're supposed to send it to the auditory nerve. And that's when we get the optimal ability to hear. Next slide, please. Okay, so another study from the University of Colorado discussed a few of the sociocultural examples of how our hearing can be affected. If we're smokers, whether you smoke yourself, have a smoking history, or you were in the house growing up with someone that's secondhand smoker, you live in an area with smokers, plus diets could play a factor. On the biological example, that would be the female. Females are inherently born with estrogen hormone. And at some point, some studies are showing, and you'll see that in the references, that this helps to protect against the toxology and also helps them actually to have a protection against hearing loss. Next slide, please.
Yes, and Sister Sharon, if you don't mind, I'm gonna stop sharing. I'm gonna try to give you a better view, so it'll be
Okay.
a little bit more easier for you to see. Just give me 1 second here.
Alhamdulillah.
Is that better for you?
Yes, sir. Alhamdulillah.
Okay, and
Thank
you
you.
just let me know when we get to the slide that you want here.
Okay. So the next slide, inshallah. So we want to talk about tinnitus and experiencing the ringing sensation and noises in one or both ears. And so it isn't caused by external sounds, and other people usually can't hear what you hear. It's a common problem. It affects 15 to 20% of people, and it is especially common as we age. So usually it's caused by underlying conditions. Dr. Ramadan talked about that, age-related hearing loss, and ear injuries or problems with the circulatory system. So many people with tinnitus, they improve with treatment of the underlying causes and or using other treatments that reduce or mask the noise and makes it less noticeable. So Dr. Ramadan also spoke briefly about precus. Dr. Ramadan, can you?
Presbycusis.
Percusis, alhamdulillah, thank you. So age-related hearing loss or percusis is the slow loss of hearing in both ears and is common with aging. About 1 in 3 adults between the ages of 65 and 74 have hearing loss. And this is according to Johns Hopkins Medicine. Next slide, please. All right. And so this happens slowly, and some people aren't aware of the change at first. Most often, if it affects our ability to hear the high-pitched noises, such as the phone ring or the microwave beeping. And so the ability to hear low-pitched noises is not affected, often not affected. Next slide, please. And just some points as to what causes hearing-related loss. We know it's age-related. We know that it affects that inner ear most commonly and within the middle ear, along the nerve pathways to the brain. We know that long-term exposure to loud noises, whether it's in our internal environment or either some of the occupations that we've had, the music and work-related noises, that hearing loss from the sensory receptors in the inner ear, and that help us hear. Next slide, please. All right, some more inherited factors. Either mom or dad or someone in the family has had hearing losses. Aging, we talked about heart disease and diabetes. Those are 2 examples of cardiovascular diseases. And even as we age, some of the medications that we take, such as aspirin, or If we have experienced cancer, chemotherapy medicines, and even certain antibiotics. From the Caucasian or European descent, lower income levels, some infections, and of course, smoking. Next slide, please. So this is from the American Academy of Audiology, the next two slides. An estimated 740 million people worldwide experience tinnitus, with more than 120 million cases being a severe form of tinnitus. Nearly 29 million adults in the US could benefit from using hearing aids. Next slide. So this is very key. This is very important for us as we age. There's a link between untreated hearing problems and falling. So according to a study, again by Johns Hopkins School of Medicine, an increase in hearing loss, for instance, going from normal hearing to an untreated mild hearing loss, is associated with a threefold increase in fall risk. Next slide, please. So one of the factors in maintaining healthy hearing is being conscious of the degree and amount of loud sound exposure. Many hearing losses are caused by damage, again, to those tiny sensory receptors or the hair cells in the inner ear. Next slide, please. Okay, so we've all heard of OSHA, and that is the Occupational Safety and Health Administration. So again, those loud levels of noise can cause permanent hearing loss. And at that point, neither surgery nor a hearing aid can help correct that type of hearing loss. So short-term exposure to loud noise can cause temporary changes in our hearing. And they may feel stuffed up our ears, or again, we talked about tinnitus. So these short-term problems can go away after a few minutes after leaving the environment, the noisy environment. However, repeated exposures to loud noises, again, can lead to permanent tinnitus and other types of hearing loss. Next slide, please. Dr. Ramadan spoke about the cochlear implant, how they're surgically placed. And after surgery, these implants can be managed by your audiologist, and they work closely with you as the patient and your care team so you can get the most optimal sound that you need to hear. Next slide, please. All right, so again, the cochlear implant provides a person with that sensory neural hearing loss, that information that they receive, and it limits and from what that they don't receive from the limited, and it provides them with a limited benefit from appropriately fitting hearing aids with the ability to hear with more clarity. Next slide, please. So again, just reviewing the differences. Basically, surgically in place cochlear implants. They take place of your sensory cells, your tiny sensory cells. They're implanted. They're implants, and they send those electrical signals directly to the hearing nerve. The traditional hearing aids, they can be placed, and you'll see the next slide for those who are on the screen. They make the sounds louder, and they're used for the entire hearing system, the outer level, the middle, and the inner ear. And this helps you receive and pass that signal to the hearing nerve, which is the auditory nerve, and on to the brain. Next slide, please. All right, there are three main types of hearing aids. Behind the ear hearing aids, for those with mild to profound hearing loss. You have the receiver and the canal hearing aid. It's similar to the behind the ear, but they're even more discreet. They're smaller receivers, and the sound is able to flow through that ear canal from mild to severe hearing loss. Then you have the in the canal hearing aid. They sit inside the ear canal. And this style also comes completely in the canal, CIC form, and that is smaller and even less visible. So they're made for moderate to severe hearing loss, while the completely in the canal device is made for mild to moderate. Next slide, please. And if you can see a picture of the in the ear, the type that's more visible, that's the ITC hearing aid in the canal. And then you have the CIC completely in the canal. So you can see the difference between being able to view that you actually have a hearing aid device. And then the behind the ear type of hearing aid, of course, that's visual. You can see that. And then the receiver and the canal hearing aid source, you can barely see that. All right, next slide, please. All right, and another slide from the American Academy of Audiology. Approximately 183,100 cochlear devices have been implanted in the United States, with 118,100 devices having been implanted in adults, and the remaining 65,000 in children. Next slide, please. All right, we're talking about mental health, and Dr. Ramadan alluded to what happens when we can't hear. How do we begin feeling? So hearing loss is associated with social isolation, depression, cognitive decline, and other negative health outcomes that adversely affect our quality of life. Next slide, please. So what can we do? Have to do something because we want that best quality of life. So we can decrease the progression if there's a dementia, underlying dementia, and so that we can stay active and engaged with our precious social interactions. We can manage our hearing loss and this will help to reduce our social withdrawal and wanting to isolate. Some of the benefits of hearing loss management include we can start improving communication with our friends and family and community. And this, of course, improves our quality of life. We take less cognitive effort to try to remember what someone or hear what someone has just conveyed to us. We're less fatigued at the end of the day. And again, we're improving our social interactions. Next slide, please. So what happens when we don't? Okay, so there's some dangerous ear practices. One of them being not cleaning those ears out properly. We know we get the wax buildup, or either we know that there's also the issues with exposure to smoke. We talked about first and secondhand smoke, and accidents that occur with using earplugs, in the ear headphones, and even ear modes. Some of us put off going to our doctor. That's so important. Your hearing should be checked just like your regular annual physical. It should be done along with that. So also avoid others. You also begin avoiding others because you feel embarrassed or possibly denied. Next slide, please. And then we come to the Holy Quran, Al-Mulk, the dominions. That's Surah 67, Ayah 23. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Say, it is he who has created you and made you grow and made for you the faculties of hearing, seeing, feeling, and understanding. Little thanks it is that you give. Next slide, please. Safety, treating an itchy ear. Again, you know, your ear itches for various reasons. So this is in red. It's important to exercise caution and to refrain from giving in to the urge to scratch. That delicate ear canal and eardrum are highly vulnerable to damage from foreign objects. We talked about the earwax buildup, over-the-counter ear drops. It helps soften that wax, and there's some other remedies. Some people have allergies. Use antihistamines for your allergies. Some people develop eczema and psoriasis. All right. Causing visible scaling and inflammation. So you need to consult your hearing care provider and also your dermatologist. Then there are ear infections. Again, your audiologist or your family doctor. And then you have stress and anxiety. That happens in daily life. So remember we talked about earlier, we talked about deep breathing. Of course, our prayers and du'as, calming music, a hot shower. Next slide, please. All right. So inshallah, if there are any questions, and thank you, Imam Abdil, for facilitating.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Sister Sharon. Okay, let me stop the share here.
Alhamdulillah.
Sister Sharon, did you have the skit?
I do, sir. I do. So that's what's next. We're going to, inshallah, have a wonderful skit developed by Dr. Ramadan on, and it's entitled, Hey, Granddad, Turn the TV Down. All right. Dr. Ramadan, would you like to be Granddad Farouk?
Yes. Okay.
Okay. And I will describe, inshallah. All right. So we're talking about living.
You have to go ahead.
What'd you say,
I
sir?
don't have it in front of me. I
Okay.
don't
So
have the skit. You go ahead.
excellent. All right. So here's the cast. Granddad Farouk is an 80-year-old widower whose wife passed 5 years ago. He lives with his son Sharif and his wife Nina with their 15-year-old son Ishmael. So Granddad Farouk misses his wife of 50 years. He sits in his favorite lazy boy chair much of the time. He enjoys listening to the TV loudly and wonders why everyone seems to talk to him with raised voices. His family thinks he is still mildly depressed from his loss, but they also wonder if he is getting mild dementia. He often responds inappropriately to questions that he's asked. He also fails to avoid even friendly discussions. He simply nods his head approvingly, even when he's not clear on what is being said. Farouk is stable on his hypertensive and diabetic medications. There are no other major medical problems that his doctor is addressing with him. So, this is what happens next. Ring, ring, ring. Ishmael, I'll be Ishmael. Granddad, don't you hear the phone ringing? And so, Granddad, want me to do that, Dr. Ramadan, as well?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Mhm.
Granddad says, No, Ishmael, I did hear something, but I didn't know it was the phone. So Ishmael says, I think you may have a hearing problem, Granddad. Granddad says, My doctor never mentioned anything about a hearing problem or even that he needed to check into my hearing. All right. So Ishmael says, and I tell you, Dad, and we'll get your hearing checked by the specialist. They visit Dr. Bridges, the audiologist, and Dr. Bridges says, Yes, Farouk, you do have a moderately severe hearing loss. Fortunately, I have just the hearing aid for you. Here, try these, as the doctor places the hearing aids into Farouk's ears.
Wow,
Farouk,
I can hear you so clearly, Doc,
excellent.
even without you talking loudly. And I can hear you. I'll turn around and not see you. I'm going to enjoy trying these out.
All right. And then Dr. Bridges says, Welcome to the new world. You don't know how much of life you've been missing. You've made so many limited adjustments in your life just to adapt to your hearing loss. So Farouk's family saw a great difference in Farouk with his new hearing aids. He became more outgoing. He began laughing at jokes, involving himself in conversations, and expressing his opinion appropriately. He developed a group of friends and felt blessed with his new discovery. Alhamdulillah, the end. Thank you. Thank you, Imam Abdel, for helping with the skit, Dr. Ramadan for producing the skit. And inshallah, we will go into questions, I imagine. Okay.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Assalamu alaikum. This is
Oh.
Sister Saeed Neal, and I have I've invited my sister-in-law, who's a retired audiologist, and she's on listening to everything, and maybe she'd like to make some comments and or give some information that'd be helpful to our audience.
Alhamdulillah.
Wonderful.
Well, hello there. I'm the sister-in-law. I'm a retired audiologist. My name is Dr. Mary Adams. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. This is a very, very nice comprehensive program you have. All the information is just spot on in terms of accuracy. and you've covered a lot of things about hearing loss. If I might just spend a few minutes, and please let me know if you got a time restriction, but I think what I'd like to present is just my personal experiences, why I became an audiologist, and what my main concerns were in the field. I was always wondering why the heck, when people have vision problems, why they go right away and get glasses because they think their sight is so important, and yet they may go years and years with hearing problems. And even when other people and family and friends saying you're not hearing well, they're denying it. They're saying, hey, my hearing's fine. I hear, I just don't understand because you don't enunciate. And so all of the problems associated with hearing loss that you noted, like higher rates of depression, it comes from being, excuse me, being isolated. When you don't have good social interactions, then you're more likely to be depressed, and you're more likely it even contributes to dementia. To have a really full life, you need to see and hear. Helen Keller, who you probably know was blind and deaf, she said the deafness bothered her a heck of a lot more than the blindness. She says the blindness just separated her from things, but the deafness separated her from people. And she was a very, very social person and wanted to be close to people. So I was very, very happy to enter the field. My goal was to try to remove the stigma of hearing loss. People often deny that they have problems because they say, oh, I don't want hearing aids because then people will think I'm getting old. Okay, well, these are people that already have gray hair and dentures and walkers, and somehow or another, hearing loss is the one thing that they think people will think that they're old if they use them. But there's so many benefits of really being able to hear the environmental sounds, the safety considerations. If people are living alone, you need your sense of hearing. If there's a strange noise in your house, or even if you need to hear that faucet, if you haven't turned it all the way off, and hearing the drip drip of that, and hearing the phones ring and such. So I just want to wrap up saying it is such an improvement in quality of life if you can make the most of your hearing and use hearing aids. The majority of people, they have partial hearing loss. It just takes away the clarity of the speech. And that's why they say, oh, gee, if you just enunciate, I'll understand. Well, the hearing aid will do the enunciating for you. I've been very pleased. I'm very happy with my career. I think I helped a lot of people. A lot of people say, you've changed my life, doctor, and very, very appreciative. So I just want to encourage anybody out there, please go see an audiologist, get a professional hearing evaluation, and then go from there.
Very good.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm happy to do that. Like I said, you've got a good program going, so I'm happy I could be part of that.
I would just add to, I'm retired emergency physician and internal medicine physician. And, the thing that I did mostly from the emergency room is refer my patients. If it wasn't an infection or damage or injury or foreign body, then we certainly referred to the audiologist and ear, nose, and throat specialist too. So we certainly appreciate you coming on and the information that you added and the insight. Thank you so much. So,
you're very welcome. Thank you.
Yes. And thank you, Sister Saisa, for facilitating this. Alhamdulillah.
Indeed.
Okay,
We can
sister.
take questions now.
Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you. And I just see the Imam Muhammad II. If he had a question or comment, we'll bring him on. Then we'll open it up for.
Yeah, I really, really appreciate this program. As I've been listening to the program, I'm also reflecting on my value of hearing. And I look at it, I love beauty, I love art, I love, how the seasons change and weather when you have a cloudy day. But I used to think visually, I was more of a visually inclined person. But when you think about it, when your hearing isn't up to par, there's so many more things that we take for granted. And I would say probably my favorite part is with Sister uh, uh, put the quote from the Quran up, with that we're not thankful enough to Allah for the facilities of hearing and sight and feeling and things that He's given us. So I thought about that, and like when you live in a house, my children have always worked outside the house, and so has my wife before she passed. And sounds. If I hear a sound that's a new sound in the house, it almost drives me nuts until I find out what it was. But I saved myself possibly thousands of dollars one time. I was in the bathroom. I heard a sound that I hadn't heard before, but it didn't sound familiar. But it was actually the hose running outside of the house. It had a hole in it, and I keep the pressure on it. And so I went out there and stopped that leak, which probably would have went on for days if I hadn't found it. And the automobile. I always find myself asking the children to be quiet. I turn my radio down if people are out speeding and the traffic and things. And your hearing can save your life, I believe, almost as much as your vision. If you don't see something coming, you don't step off a curb and you can't see, but you might hear it coming. So I really, really appreciate this program. I have a whole new perspective. I just hope my children didn't hear this, because I'm sure they will get me a hearing aid after, because I'm always asking them to enunciate and please speak clearly, because I can't understand a word you're saying right now. But my hearing's fine, and I value my shower, the hot shower. I clean my ears good, and I resist putting toothpicks in my ears. I used to put toothpicks in my ears, and which I know is a very dangerous thing. To scratch. And don't try it, but it's like it's really amazing. And I have a cat, a house cat, and my cats aren't like dogs. A dog will bark and get your attention when something, but my cat, he's very subtle. If there's an Amazon package at my door, he'll come and rub up against me sometime, or he'll go and lay by the door or on the steps, and he'll look at the door. So, hearing is something that we all should give more attention to. And I really, really appreciate this program today. And thank you so much, the whole health consortium, and especially the doctor that just came on, that she's like the cherry on top. This is a priceless program. And I hope everyone that's listening remembers to have your friends and family and people that tune in, because we're family here, and this is a social gathering, and it's a very loving and kind gathering that appreciates your participation. Thank you. Yeah, so if anybody has any specific questions that you want to direct to the doctor, the doctor's on the program, Dr. Imam, Dr. Ramadan. And I don't know if the audiologist is still here, but we have Sister Sharon. You all can raise your hand. Adil, do you see any hands up?
Yes, sir. I see one hand. And those of you who are in the YouTube audience, if you have any questions, just please enter them into the chat and we'll ask them of the Health Consortium for you. Those of you on the Zoom audience, just please raise your hand and we'll acknowledge you by the order of hand shown. And again, as Imam Muhammad II mentioned, that we thank the Muslim Health Consortium for this program. And we also thank the Sister Dr. Mary Adams for her appearance on, who's an actual audiologist. So Sister Dr. Mary Adams, this is the Mosque Care's first Sunday community program. So we family. So you a sister to us as well. So we're going to call you Sister Dr. Mary Adams. We thank you for that information you share with us. So we'll start with the first question, Sister Tawhida Mustafa.
Yeah, my question is, did you mention something about, I'm sorry, assalamu alaikum. I wanted to know, did you mention something about smoking or anything having an effect on hearing?
Were you saying MOLD?
Smoking,
Tony?
smoking.
Smoking. Oh, yes. 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 Dr. Ramadan?
Well, go ahead.
Uh,
The smoking, okay. The smoking affects the respiratory system, and the respiratory system to the hearing is through the eustachian tube. Okay,
oh.
you might find you might have more breathing problems, more congestion. Also smoking affects the hypertension and all, and a circulatory system, and those, as was mentioned, have an impact on your hearing and the sensory neural pathways. So it's not a direct impact, but it's indirect impact.
But
And
I'm sorry, if you're smoking, like you said, it's not a direct impact, indirect impact. But if you're smoking in the
yeah,
presence of some people that it might affect directly, it's like if they're breathing it in, it may have effect on them. Some people smoke around their children, and
yes,
children are developing, and to develop the correct way without something that, would encompass it and make it different, that might have effect on their hearing. Or like I say, some people who already have some incompetence in some area of their system that could affect it. And I'm gonna make this real short. I even know of some young people, adults, who may smoke cannabis and around children. And I was thinking about their hearing, but it's also other parts of their development that might be, you know, incompacted with smoking. Just not smoking cigarettes, but cigarettes is bad enough, but also smoking cannabis and not necessarily from the dispensary, but still that might be laced with something too. But they just getting it off the street and smoking. So I appreciate your
yes,
presentation
yeah,
on smoking, and I want to say, sometime when you lose one of your senses, sometimes the other one steps up a little more, like not being able to see, but your hearing is better. I have heard some things that I thought that something was wrong with me. I'm getting older, but I found out that I heard exactly what it was. It's kind of shocking to me. And then to be around someone who's doing smoking, and even when you're in public, if somebody's smoking, I know in public places they say they don't allow it, but it's good to try to stay away from that, and teach the young people that about how smoking is to affect you. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. Was thank you.
thank you for your question. And I would like to say, Dr. Adams, if you're there, if you feel free to contribute, we welcome
Well,
any comment you would like to make
yes,
to any questions that
yes,
come
I
up.
am still here, so I'd be happy to help with answering any questions. Thank you.
Very good. We appreciate it.
Our next question is from Sister Ellen Rahman. You can go ahead and unmute yourself, Sister Ellen, if you had a question.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say people equate smoking and use of cannabis almost as if they're the same thing. But I've seen people intoxicated on cannabis and they lose all their senses, not just their hearing. They lose most of their senses. And
Allahu Akbar.
I don't think it's the same at all. But although the smoke is has hundreds, if not thousands, of chemicals in them that affect the body and the brain, and that if you can avoid smoke, you should avoid it. Even if the kitchen gets smoky, you should open the windows and avoid smoke. Car exhaust, if you're running your car in the garage, all of that is bad for your health. It's too much for the body to handle. You should not be breathing in smoke. That's my opinion.
That's right.
Mhm.
Yes.
It's not meant for the body.
No.
And sir, an audience with 32 years as a respiratory therapist, I've seen the ravages of what a long smoking history, or either being around someone for over a long period of time, just the devastation and as far as your quality of life,
Yeah, and
So
the
yes.
travesty that someone would smoke around a child. That child, now you're affecting his development. If you're drugging yourself and you smoke around a child, now you just drugged the child. So that's something that we should always keep in mind to save our humanity of ourselves, because we're accountable for our actions, and we should never want our personal desires to affect others, especially babies. Yeah.
All right, Sister Ellen, are you ready with your question? Go ahead with your question, Sister Ellen.
Thank you. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, believers.
Walaikum
Uh,
assalam.
Thank you, Dr. Ramadan and Sister Sharon, on an excellent First Sunday program, bringing forth ideology. I've worked Stouffer's Frozen Food 14 years back in my younger days. So within that plant, with all of that machinery, it was loud as you know what. Okay. I am going to Dr. Adams, I am going to make an appointment to see audiology, because what has been transpiring for me, Dr. Ramadan, is it feels like I have a little drum going off in my right ear canal. And I used to swim, so you know how you would get the water in your ear and you would bend over with a Q-tip to have the water drain. I don't have any of that going on. So this particular uh, session has keen interest for me, and also I never knew the impact of smoking on the ear. So this has been very, very enlightening. But I'm going to do that follow-up for me, because I have something going on in my right ear canal. And I'm also a survivor of chemo drugs. So I have the nerves damaged in my feet, and I'm not sure if the nerves in my ear may have been impacted also. So alhamdulillah, thank you so very much for the information that has been given to the believers here today from the Muslim Health Consortium. Assalamu alaikum.
Hello, this is Dr. Adams, if I might jump in here. Thank you for your comments, the person that just asked the question. Yeah, I've got some concerns. I think a good first step for you would be to see an ear, nose, and throat doctor. They're also called otolaryngologists. We want to make sure there's no blockage in the ear canal. I'm concerned about your history both of noise exposure, which almost always creates some degree of damage if your employer isn't providing you with proper hearing protection, or if for whatever reason the hearing protection isn't used. And then on top of that, chemotherapy drugs are what's called ototoxic. They can actually damage permanently those hair cells in the inner ear. And that can create distortion of what you hear, as well as muffling of certain frequencies of sounds, particularly consonant sounds of speech. So I'm very, very happy to hear that you want to get this investigated further, because I think there's some help that you can get from that.
Okay,
Thank
thank you. Our next question is going to be from Sister Sabra. You can go ahead with your question, Sister Sabra. Yes.
Yes. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. It was a wonderful presentation. and really appreciate the additional support from Sister Dr. Mary Adams. My question or comments are in we see so many young people now that are really having loud music. I mean, I think it's a generational thing. I remember my generation, the music was louder compared to what our parents would say. Just that, as well as the use of constant earplugs in the ears, whether you're listening to music or taking phone calls. Are there any recommendations for tools that can give feedback as to how loud the music is and what would be considered harmful for the ear at any stage of age group, as well as any recommendations that certain earplugs might be more protective than others, and what cautions we should, as the public, be aware of.
Adams, would you mind addressing that?
Sure. Let me see if I can get all those points. Problems with knowing how hazardous the noise levels might be around you. My iPhone tells me when I'm in a hazardous noise area automatically, without any, having to open up any app. And so I think you're going to see more of that on other brands of cell phones. The earplugs in the ear. Let's see, you want to be sure that you clean them properly, because they can lead to external ear canal infections if they're not. Please forgive me, I am getting older, so I'm forgetting the other. What other questions did you have?
Oh, I was just saying that clearing them, cleaning them, and if there's any recommendations or additional cautions that you might share, in addition to the fact that your iPhone will give you indication that your volume is too high.
Well, when you say earplugs, are you saying like hearing protection earplugs to reduce the level of sound that gets to the ear?
No, I'm looking at the ones I see so many people with their phones, and they have either earplugs in terms of taking
Earbuds. They're called
earbuds. Okay,
earbuds that you can use.
earbuds.
Yeah, it's like
Yes,
this headphone for the iPhone.
correct. Yes.
Yeah, they have those with noise canceling. Where you can hear what's going on, also hear your conversation, and some completely block the sound other than what you want to be hearing. Yeah. But other than that, it's like wearing an earplug. I
And
know
also,
I wasn't asked the question, but I think I may have answered it. Yeah, and she answered the part about keeping your ear clean and your earbud clean. Maybe I don't know. They have cell solution, or maybe you can wipe it down with a delicate alcohol pad or something.
I actually would use oh gosh, stuff I get from Costco that's actually lens cleaners for the glasses, because they have
Okay.
alcohol in them, and it's not
Double
wet,
use.
so it dries.
Yeah,
It dries quickly.
it's a mild soap.
But they're like pre-moistened towelettes that you open up,
Okay.
and it works well for me.
Our next question is Sister Anna Muhammad.
Yes. Assalamu alaikum. And again, to the consortium, thank you for such an important subject. And thank you, Dr. Adam, for joining this very, very special group. Nurse Sharon, thank you so much for the topic. My question is, traditionally, we've used cotton swab to clean our children's ear and to deal with our own ear. Could you tell us why, if that's a good idea or not, and why isn't it good to use cotton swabs?
May I jump in here again?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Yes. What's interesting is if you look at the very, very small print on any kind of a Q-tip package, it says, do not insert in your ear canal. So no, they were not invented to clean ears, or if they were, they're no longer, they should no longer be used for that. So what happens is clean the outer ear with your ear with a cotton swab, especially if you're dealing with children. But please do not put it in the entrance of the ear canal. The danger is you can actually scratch your ear canal, even though it seems like it's just soft cotton. It can still debride the skin in the ear canal and start up an ear infection. But the most dangerous part is people have actually perforated their eardrums when they're thinking they're cleaning their ears. That's the worst thing that can happen. But what's most common is it's normal to have some earwax in the ear. Ears do not need to be cleaned, okay? Um, and so what happens is you put a Q-tip in and you pull it out saying, ooh, I have a lot of earwax on that. That's not good. Well, you've just taken away all the lubrication in your ear canal. It's going to make your ear itchy. And the interesting thing about earwax is it's got a natural insect repellent in it. So if a bug accidentally flies into your ear canal, it's going to fly right back out. It does not like that. So please, earwax doesn't have to be cleaned. Your doctor every year will look in your ear. If it's impacted with wax, it will be cleaned. But if you don't use Q-tips, it's very unlikely you're going to have impacted wax. Okay?
Thank you.
Good.
Oh, you're welcome.
In the emergency room, we used to tell the children, don't put anything smaller than a football into your ear.
Oh, that's very funny. I say nothing smaller than your elbow.
Okay.
Well, I think we have a question in the chat. Dr. Jamila is asking, is sound frequency therapy damaging to the ears?
I am not sure what you mean by sound frequency therapy. Can you describe it?
Dr. Jamila, if you don't mind either entering into the chat now, we'll ask it for you, or if you don't mind opening up your mic and clarifying with what you mean by that.
Bismillah. Doctor, it's a type of vibration, a vibration. It's used for healing, but it's repetitive to the point of irritation almost. I just want to know, is it positive or negative to the ears?
Well, I'm not real familiar with that, but my main advice would be it should not be above a certain level. If it's at a level, say it's in your ear and you can't hear somebody that's near you, then it's too loud. Um, Anything, no matter what it is, if it's too loud, can damage your hearing.
Dr. Jamila text me some information on this. We mentioned it, she mentioned it on the Lifeline yesterday, and I really haven't had a chance to look into it as I mentioned to her. So I plan to do that, but I couldn't comment on it specifically right now. Thank you for your comments and your interest.
Again, to our YouTube audience, if you have a question, please enter it into the chat on the YouTube side, and then we'll ask it of the Muslim Health Consortium. I have a quick question just regarding, I see sometimes you have what I guess they consider it ear candling, where people put the candle in their ears like of wax, and then they light it and melt it. And then once it becomes solid, they pull out of the ear. I see that sometimes, and I see people putting, I think, inserting water into the ear and letting it sit and then waiting for it to discharge. So this question is for the Muslim Health Consortium and for Dr. Adams. If you're familiar with this, could you give us some information on that? And if it's good.
Yes, I'm familiar with candling, and the whole the medical world is against candling. You can imagine you're lighting a flame, you're trying to, and again, it kind of, you're trying to address a problem that's not there. So please just don't do any kind of self-treatment for earwax. But candling especially has been seen not to be effective um, and dangerous. So you're best not doing it, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. That's what I thought. But
Me too. They was real big at one of our conventions. I
right.
stayed away from it. Not because I was afraid, because to me the logic didn't fit. You know, I'm like, you know, if you got that much earwax, and then everybody that came from, well, not everybody, but there was a lot of people actually vouching for it. Oh, I couldn't hear, but now I can hear, like they were working miracles. So I'm like, I don't know. It could be, a lot of it might have been placebo. Maybe they thought they were hearing so much better, or maybe there was something in their ear that they didn't know was in there. But yeah. So
I,
that, so ideal, as far as you know, they're removing wax. Is that what the
mhm.
When I
candling?
asked about it, that's what they said they were doing. I didn't understand it.
Candling removes. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't understand. I agree with
Yeah,
you.
I've had a little
I,
ball of wax, a little bit of wax. It'll just fall. It'll dislodge itself and fall out on its own.
Right.
Not
and that's
often, but I'm
mhm.
56, so it maybe a handful of times in my life I've had that happen.
So that's the natural progression of earwax is to,
Mhm.
it will come out on its own.
Mhm.
So you don't want to put anything in there that will push it so far down in the ear canal that it doesn't have that natural
Right.
ability to come out on its own. But again, about candling, that is, wax is supposed to be in your ear. It is not a triumph to do any kind of wax removal at home and say, wow, I got wax out. Like I said, the wax is there for a reason. And so I would say, don't, there's enough things that we have to do in life. Please, you don't have to clean your ears. Your doctor will look in your ears, and if there's obstruction from wax, it's too much, then they have ways in the office to remove it safely. Okay?
Thank you for that, Dr. Adams. We have Sister Anna, then we have Sister Vanzella. Sister Anna, if you don't mind, we'll go with Sister Vanzella, and then since you asked one, we'll come back to you after Sister Vanzella.
I was trying to not have my hand raised from the previous time. So no.
Okay, good. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Sister Vanzella, Martine.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Alhamdulillah. Thank you, doctor. But I have a question. What about a little olive oil or almond oil in the air if you have airplane airs, like it's just your air won't pop and is that harmful? I shouldn't do that or what? Thank you.
Okay. Yes, I hear you. So are you saying when you're on an airplane, the kind of ear pain you might get, and that might alleviate that pain?
Yes, it's like sometimes when I fly, it's like the hearing don't come all the way back a few days, but I found that if I warm up a little olive oil or almond oil, put that in there, then it'll pop. It's a little olive oil after that. Okay.
Well,
Inshallah.
it's probably not going to hurt, but it's also not going to help, even though you may feel like it is. The whole problem is pressure equalization inside your ear is done by the eustachian tube, and that's the tube that goes from the back of your throat up to your ears, and that's what you feel pop when you equalize the pressure. And in some people, if you fly and you have a cold or a congestion, it's going to be difficult for that eustachian tube to open up and clear, and it can be very painful when you've got uneven pressure of one sort outside the ear, and then this pressure inside behind the eardrum. It's an air-filled space. If that pressure isn't the same as the pressure outside, that's when it's going to hurt. So My main recommendation is just like old tips about flying with the ears. Chew gum, swallow, anything that can help to pop that eustachian tube open in the back of your throat. But putting anything like olive oil and almond oil in the ear canal is not going to make a difference. Okay.
Okay, Barakalasi,
Mm-hmm. Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you.
Okay, that looks like that was the last of the questions from the audience. Dr. Ramadan, at this time, we'll turn it back over to you for any in the Muslim Health Consortium for any closing remarks.
Well, thank you. And again, I'd like to thank Mosque Cares for this opportunity for this presentation. And we'd like to thank Sister Sharon for an excellent presentation, as always. And indeed, Sister Saisa for inviting our guests. And Dr. Mary Adams, we certainly appreciate your contribution to this. I think it certainly elevated, and we appreciate your insights. And speaking for all of us, we all benefited. And so may we continue to grow and learn more and change our habits accordingly based on the information that we share and that we learn. So may Allah grant us the benefit from this increased knowledge. And thank you from the Muslim Health Consortium. Allah, thank you.
Thank you.
And inshallah, as usual, I'll put the PowerPoint in the chat. Is that okay, sir?
Yeah, yes, ma'am, Sister Sharon. And we thank you all from the Muslim Health Consortium and the contributions from Dr. Adams as well. And as always, you can contact the Muslim Health Consortium at contactyourmhc@gmail.com. And Sister Sharon is going to put the link to today's presentation into the chat. You'll be able to copy that link or click on that link to go to the presentation and to go back over this information that was shared. And as always, the First Sunday Community Program is being also live streamed on the YouTube audience. So you can go back later or to the next day and review this material and be able to benefit from it, inshallah. So again, thank you for the Muslim Health Consortium. You can contact them at contactyourmhc@gmail.com. And up next, we're now going to transition to the Quranic Arabic discussion with Imam Elam Muhammad, who will then be followed by the business and technology presentation with Imam Ismail and Eric Shamsuddin. So Imam Elam, we're going to turn it over to you.
All right. Thank you, Brother Imam. Let's see. You made me co-host. Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. With God's name, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer. I testify that there is no God but Allah, and I testify that Muhammad is the messenger of Allah. I'm trying to send a forward email to Sister Baina, but I don't. Let's see if I can. Just one more second here. Well, I can't. Oh, there we are. Hopefully that works. All righty. We're going to work with what I had the class do, the students that in my Quranic Arabic class. We got over 30-some people, and probably about 25 or more can read and understand the Quran very well. And of course, they are on the First Sunday, and they are on the Lifeline. And they're part of our convention Safest Day planning committee meeting. And so what I'm going to do today is try this and see if it works. And those who would like to participate, they can unmute after I do my presentation. I'm going to work with chapter 2, verse 1, 2, and 3 for the most part. And it starts out, I'll read it first. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alif Lam Mim. ذلك الكتاب لا ريب فيه هدى للمتقين الذين يؤمنون بالغيب ويقيمون الصلاة ومما رزقناهم ينفقون والذين يؤمنون بما أنزل إليك وما أنزل من قبلك وبالآخرة هم يوقنون. And it translates the mystical letters. They're just letters of the alphabet, but they're here in the Quran. Aleph, Lam, Mim. Then the next, and then it says, this is the book. In it is guidance sure without doubt to those who fear God, who believe in the unseen, are steadfast in prayer, and spend out of what we have provided for them, and who believe in the revelation sent to you and sent before your time, and in their hearts have the assurance of the hereafter. And so we start out with the letters Aleph, Lam, Mim, and then I want to do this portion within about 5 minutes. See what happens. Got a whiteboard up there, so let's see what happens. Okay, I might forget you. Yeah, it's too much happening with whiteboard. Let me see if I can get back. All right, so after Aleph, Lam, Mim, and that's the Aleph, the Lam, and the Mim, that's the letters. The next word is Dhalika, and if they translated this, but it really means that. Dhalika. If I say Dhalika, you would say that. If I say that, you will say Dhalika. So Dhalika, and you will say that. Dhalika. And some of you can unmute and join me if you like. Dhalika.
That.
Dhalika.
That.
That.
Valley cat.
Okay. The next word, okay, that means that. The next word is El Kitabu. That means the book. And the Arabic language starts out with nouns. You have to learn nouns. They're definite and indefinite. In this case, this is a definite noun because it has an aleph, lam, and the last letter has a dhamma, so it's definite. If it was indefinite, it would be kitabun. No aleph, lam, no al, then double dhamma on the last letter. So kitabun, and it's a noun, so you can break it down to its 3-letter root. And the 3-letter root would enable you to be able to look it up in the dictionary. And then those of you who are more advanced, you could conjugate it. It means al-kitabu. So if I say al-kitabu, you'll say the book. The book.
Al-kitabu.
That.
Valley cat.
The book.
Al-kitabu.
Al-kitabu.
The book.
Okay, the next word is la. And la means no. We are familiar with it. We say la ilaha illallah. We say it all the time. La means no. La ilaha means no deity, no God. La, okay, so if I say la, you'll say no. If I say no, you say la. No.
La.
That.
No.
Valley cat.
That.
Valley cat.
No.
La.
No.
La.
La.
That.
Valley cat.
The book.
Al-Kitabu.
The book.
Al-Kitabu.
Okay. The next you have Reba, which means doubt. It's a noun. Reba means doubt. So if I say doubt, you say Reba. Doubt.
Reba.
Reba.
Doubt.
Reba.
Doubt.
Reba.
No doubt.
La Reba.
No doubt.
La Reba.
No doubt.
La Reba.
That.
Valley Cat.
Valley Cat.
The book.
Al-Kitabu.
Al-Kitabu.
No doubt.
La Reba.
Reba.
No.
La
La.
Reba.
Doubt.
Reba.
Doubt.
Okay. And next is fihi. Means in it. Fihi. In it. It's a prepositional phrase. Prepositional phrase, you have to have a preposition, then the object of the preposition. In this case, fee is a preposition, means in. He is really who. Fihi, who. Who, which means him or it. Him or it. So fihi, you will say in it. In it.
Fihi.
Fihi.
In it.
Fihi.
In it.
It.
La Reba.
No doubt.
No doubt.
In it. In it.
Fihi.
In it.
Fihi.
Okay. The next word is guidance, and it's the word is hudan, and you'll say guidance. If I say hudan. Hudan.
Guidance.
Guidance.
Hudan.
Guidance.
Hudan.
Guidance.
Hudan.
La Reba.
No doubt.
La Reba.
No doubt.
In it.
Fihi.
In it.
Fihi.
Guidance.
Hudan.
Hudan.
Guidance.
Hudan.
Then next is a word is a prepositional phrase. It has a preposition attached to it. It's li. Then it has an aleph lam, so that lets you know it's definite. And it's also a plural. It's called a sound plural. And when you attach the li with an aleph lam, the aleph is removed, but you have to recognize that it's al. So it means the God to the God conscious, or to the ones who fear God. So lil muttaqin. Before you give me the definition, repeat after me. Lil muttaqin.
Lil muttaqin.
Lil muttaqin.
Lil muttaqin.
Lil muttaqin.
Lil muttaqin.
Okay, and when I say God conscious, to the God conscious.
Lil muttaqin.
To the God conscious.
Lil muttaqin.
All right, I need a volunteer to just do what I just did. Do I have a volunteer? To just teach the class? Go ahead. Introduce yourself.
Alhamdulillah, Sister Nadia.
Okay, Sister Nadia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Delicate means this is. Kitabu, the book. La, in it. In.
No, la.
La, in.
Does not mean then. How do you say no in Arabic?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Take it time and relax. Go ahead.
Rabat. Because I'm looking for it. Guidance.
Nope.
Where we at?
Okay, let's start all over and relax. Okay. Okay, you're my first ones to start out. Add it off. Okay, let me do it again. Aleph, lam, mim. Okay, dhalika means that. Al-kitabu means the book. La means no. Raiba means doubt. Fihi means in it. Hudan means guidance. Lil Muttaqin means to the God conscious. All right.
This
Now,
one I have is different than I'm looking at.
okay. Well, this is the Yusuf Ali's translation. So, and you can cheat. All you have to do is look over to the side and see which word might go with the one that you're saying in Arabic.
I'm looking at the Arabic Quran on the okay. Aleph Lam Mim Sikalaka, this Kitabu, the book, La in it, Rab.
No, it means no. La means no.
No. Rabbi, guidance, no doubt. Doubt or guidance.
Okay. Then fihi means in it.
Fihi in it.
The next word.
Hudan
means what?
Doubt.
Nope. Means guidance.
Guidance. Okay.
Then Lil Muttaqin.
When I'm reading, it says, "This is the book. In it is guidance, sure without doubt, to those who fear Allah." So
Okay.
the word's kind of different. That's why.
Okay, and that's why I started out from you going from memory, not necessarily. Now, you can do this for me. Read it in Arabic. Don't translate it.
Okay. Alif Lam Mim Zalika Kitabu La Rayba Fihi Hudan Al-Muttaqin.
Okay, Lil Muttaqin. Okay, Raiba, Lil Muttaqin. Okay, you was first. See if I got another volunteer. Okay,
I'll volunteer.
Okay, introduce yourself.
Sister Camilla Furkan. Assalamu alaikum to all the believers, everyone on the call. Verse 1, Alif Lam Mim. Those are the mystic letters. Zalika means that or this. El Kitabu, the book. La means no. Or Al Kitabu, that is the book. That would make a simple sentence. Rayba, doubt. Fihi, in it. Hudan means guidance. Lil Muttaqin means.
Excellent. Okay. Would you do this? I wanted everybody to do it that way. Read it all in Arabic first. You already did the English translation. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. ألف أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم ألف لام ميم ذلك الكتاب لا ريب فيه هدى للمتقين.
Very good. Hudan lil muttaqin. Very good. Guidance to the God conscious. All right. Do I have any other volunteers? Again, read it, then translate it. Any other volunteers? I don't care.
Yeah, I would like to volunteer.
Okay, Sister Tawhida.
So you say read it?
Yeah, read it in Arabic.
Okay.
That means you got your Quran open, so you read it. Unless you know it by heart.
I'm trying to read it from my phone. I was at the library. Okay. I'm gonna read it right now. One more second. Sorry, but let me go right to Baqarah. I just couldn't resist. Okay. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. I start with the first surah. I mean the first ayat, right?
First and second. That is correct.
Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alif lam mim. Dalikal kitabula reba fi hudan mutakin.
All right. So translate each word for me.
Yes, sir. Alhamdulillah. Dalika. That's the word that. Dalika. Al Kitabu. The book. La. No. No, I'm saying the word no is la. Reba fi. No doubt.
Okay.
Fihi. In it. Hudan. Guidance. El Mutakin. For the God conscious.
Yeah, Lil Mutakin.
Oh, and I'm sorry, I didn't do Alif Lam Mim. You said those are the mystic letters.
Okay, you did it. Aleph, Lam, Mim. They are the letters of the alphabet, but they are put together in as the first ayat. And what does Reba mean?
No doubt.
No, Reba.
Reba, doubt.
Okay, and then La. You already said.
No.
Okay,
No.
then no doubt then would be what?
La Reba.
Very good, very good. All right, let's see if I have a few more volunteers. If not, I'll go. I got about 15 minutes. I'll go over the next verse and have somebody to read those. Any more volunteers? You're basically teaching the class today. Any more volunteers? Okay, let me do this. The next verse. Normally I will put it on the board and write it out, but the next verse, it says Aladina. Aladina. It means those who, or those or those who. Best when you learn this word, you have to learn Aladi is one who. Aladi, one who. Aladina, those who. And then the next word is, okay, let me read it first. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alladina yu'minuna bil ghaibi wa yuqimuna salata wa mimma razaqnahum yunfikun. And alladina means those who. Yu'minuna means believe. Those who believe. Yu'minuna means believe. And the three-letter root is amina. When you look it up, it means to have faith, to believe, and have trust, and so forth. Yu'minuna. Then bil ghaibi. There's two words. Be means is a preposition, means in. El ghaib, but is affected by the preposition. El ghaibi means the unseen. Bil ghaibi means in the unseen. Wa yuqimuna. That means to establish. The three-letter root is call, kawema, or call, aleph, and ma, and it means to stand. We say ikama, to stand for prayer. And qawmun means a standing people, established people, people who have establishment. Well, yukimunas, okay, and established. Asalata. Asalata is salah, the prayer, established prayer. And then wa mimma, wa means and, wa means and, mimma means from what? It's two words. And for tashweed, it's really the first word is min, then ma means what? From and what? For tashweed, or the flowing of the recitation, the N is changed to an M sound. That's why you see a shadda over the meme, and it's combined. Mimma. Then razaqnahum is a verb. Rasaqa is a three-letter root. If you look it up, in the dictionary, the three-letter root. And then it says we provided them as a pronoun attached to the verb. We provided them. Then yunfikun means to spin. And the three-letter root is anun, fa, and qaf. And it means to spin. But as you get farther into the definition, it also means hypocrite. There's a chapter called El Munafikun, the hypocrites. So the words change as they evolve. All right, so this is what I did. Aladina, those who yukminun, believe, bilghaibi, in the unseen. Wa means and, yukimuna means established, asalata means the prayer, wa and, mimma from what, razaqnahum we provided them, yunfikun spin. So if I say Aladina, you're going to say those who. Those who.
Aladina.
Those who.
Aladina.
Aladina.
Those who.
So what does Aladina mean?
Those who.
Okay. If I say Yukminuna, you're going to say believe. Believe.
Yukminuna.
Oh, okay. I see. It's just you and me and Sister Camilla. I don't know where the rest of the students are.
Yukminuna.
Okay. Yukminuna.
Believe.
Yukminuna.
Believe.
How do you say believe?
Yukminuna.
How do you say those who?
Aladina.
How do you say those who believe?
Aladina. Yukminuna.
Okay. Then bilghaibi. Translate that.
In the unseen.
Okay. In the unseen.
Bilghaibi.
In the unseen.
Bilghaibi.
In the unseen.
Bilghaibi.
Believe.
Yukminuna.
Those who. Those who.
Aladina.
Aladina.
Okay. Translate this for me. Alladina yukminuna bilghaibi. One.
Those who believe
in the
unseen.
Very good. All right. Then where means and. So how do you say and?
Where?
And?
Where?
Okay. Yukimuna means establish. Yukimuna. Yukimuna. Repeat after me. Yukimuna. Okay.
Yukimuna.
All right. So establish, say it in Arabic.
Yukimuna.
Yukimuna.
Establish, say it in Arabic.
Yukimuna.
Establish, say it in Arabic again.
Yukimuna.
Yukimuna.
Establish.
Okay. Asalata.
Prayer.
Okay, say prayer.
Asalata.
Say prayer.
Asalata.
Okay. Where means and. So mimma it means from what? From what? Mimma. From what? Min means from. Ma means what? How do you say what in Arabic?
Ma.
How do you say from?
Min.
Okay. Min. So mimma means from what? Then razaqnahu means we provided them. So repeat after me. Razaqnahum.
Razaqnahum.
And what does it mean? I gave you the answer.
We provided them.
We provided them. Okay, then finally, yunfikun. Yunfikun. Repeat after me. Yunfikun.
Yunfikun.
And what does it mean?
Yeah.
Spin.
Spin, to spin. So I need somebody to read it, then translate each word for me. Can you volunteer?
I'll try it.
Go ahead, Sister Camilla. Okay.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الذين يؤمنون بالغيب ويقيمون الصلاة ومما رزقناهم what's that again?
Yeah, look at it closely, one letter at a time. Last word.
ينافقون.
Yeah, it's just yun, rest on the end. Fikun.
Yeah.
And then it's asalata, not asalati.
Asalata.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
All right, now you get to translate it.
الذين, those who يؤمنون, believe, بالغيب, in the unseen, and يقيمون, and establish. Oh goodness, wait a minute, my phone. Okay, and establish as-salati, the prayer.
Asalata.
As-salata, the prayer. Wa, and mimma, and out, and from what, or out of what? Razaqnahum, what we have provided them. Yunfikun,
very good.
They spend.
Yep, they spend. And so, Aladina yukminuna bilghaybi, those who believe in the unseen, wa yukimuna salata, and establish prayer, wa mimma razaqnahum yunfikun, and they spend from what we provided them. Excellent job. We had about, 13, maybe close to 15 people that all got A's doing this. So maybe 13. And so, this is just one of the, originally what I was going to do today was to take one attribute of Allah, Al-Ghafur, and then break it down step by step, and by teaching the grammar stage by stage. For example, Al-Ghafur is the attribute of Allah. It means the forgiver. Indefinite, it would be Ghafurun, and that means a forgiver. Then you break it down to the three-letter root, is the Rain, the Fa, and the Ra. Now you go to the dictionary, you will open it up and look up Ghafara, and it means to forgive, among other things. And then if you're advanced enough, our class at least know the past tense form of the verbs. So Ghafara is along the line of Fa'ala. If you can conjugate Fa'ala, you can conjugate Ghafara. And so then the student has to conjugate it then. If you had Fa'ala, Ana fa'altu means I did. Anta fa'alta means you did. Anti fa'alti, you did female. Huwa ghafara, hiya ghafarat. Oh, I mixed it up. Okay, Ana fa'altu, I did. Anta fa'alta, you did. Anti fa'alti, you did. Huwa fa'ala, he did. Hiya fa'alat, she did. Nahnu fa'alna means we did. Well, with ghafara, you have to put it along that model. So it'll be Ana ghafartu, I forgave. Anta for ghafarta, I forgave. Oh, you forgave. Anti ghafarti, you forgave female. The other one was male. Huwa ghafara, he forgave. Then hiya ghafarat means she forgave. Nahnu ghafarna, we forgave. Not this doesn't. You have to go farther than that. So then the next step would be for that nouns. Another rule of nouns is that nouns are affected by two things. That is, their endings is affected by two things, and that's verbs and preposition. The word is the same, the noun is the same, but because if it's the object of the preposition, the last letter will be changed to a castro if it's definite, or a double castro if it's indefinite. If it's an object of the verb, like if I say hua gafara, el gafura, hua gafara gafura, it means he forgave the forgiver. And the last letter has a faha. So with that, that concludes the class. That was just one aspect of how you first got to learn how to read the Quran. But not only read it, if you just read it or recite it, and that's all you know, don't know it, the meaning and understanding, then you're like a parrot or a tape recorder. So the Imam Muhammad told us that the students, they learn the alphabet. Once you learn the alphabet, everything is downhill. But, you got to memorize words. If I say, oh, okay, encyclopedia. Okay, so tomorrow you're going to have a test and spell encyclopedia. Well, you got to spell it. And I'm not even going to try it right now because I'll probably misspell it, not thinking that hard. But so you got to learn words. And words make people, and people are a product of words. And Imam Muhammad says that our goal is to memorize every word of the Quran, so that if we know every word of the Quran, memorize and understand it, it's like us driving down the road with the lights on and there's no darkness. And that's what we want to do, is that we want to see our way in our religion, not feel our way in the religion. Mm-hmm. And a lot of people got the feeling in their religion, but they don't see their way with religion. And we have to see our way with the vision of the Quran, the vision that Allah has given us, the light of the Quran. Assalamu alaikum. This concludes the Quranic Arabic discussion this first Sunday. Thank you. Thank you, Imam, for the opportunity to do the Quranic Arabic class. Imam Warsi Muhammad said.
Wa alaikum assalam. Thank you, Imam Elam, for the Quranic Arabic presentation, Quranic Arabic discussion for this first Sunday. If you can, you normally share your information in the chat where they can follow the Quranic Arabic discussion or the Quranic Arabic class that you offer. If you don't mind entering that into the chat. And also if you want to share that information by voicing it out loud for our YouTube audience.
Okay, let me, I won't do that, not my telephone number, because that'll be national, international. I get one call from somebody at 2 o'clock in the morning, but my email address, okay, I'm gonna give you my email address, and it's RAF as in Frank, RAFIAH, Rafia, the number 1, Rafia 1, at the @ sign, then it's MSN, M as in Mary, S as in Sam, N.com, Rafia1 at MSN.com. And please email me your name, your telephone number, and your email address. That way I can text you apps that we use that can accelerate your mind. And I can email you things that we use that you can read to get you to where you are. This is an accelerated course. Anytime I can take one attribute of Allah, one word, one attribute, and teach about 60% of college grammar in an hour and 15 minutes without any question and answer. That's acceleration. Now, will you memorize all that in an hour and 15 minutes? Nope. You have to memorize it in parts. So I just gave the email and I'll put it in the chat. And thank you, Brother Adil. And
Yes,
again,
sir.
thank you, Imam Warthi Muhammad. And look forward to seeing the rest of the program. This is a dynamic program today, as usual. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Imam Elam Muhammad, with the Quranic Arabic discussion. At this time, we're going to proceed to the next portion of our program, and we still have a lot of beneficial information to share. But coming up next will be the business and technology presentation presented by Imam Ismail and Eric Shamsuddin, and they have a very special guest with them today, which will then be followed by comments from our president, Imam and leader, Imam W.D. Muhammad II, who will then be followed by our featured guest presentation of the day, which will be Brother Amir Muhammad from the America's Islamic Heritage Museum. So at this time, we're going to turn it over to our good brothers, Imam Ismail and Eric Shamsuddin.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. With God's name, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer. First, we'd like to thank the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad for allowing us once again to be a part of the broadcast, and we always offer continued success to the participants, the workers behind the Ministry of the Mosque Cares, Imam W.D. Muhammad, Warithuddin Muhammad II, Imam Elam, Assalamu alaikum, and Imam Adil. Thank you so much for allowing us to be a part of this presentation. Today, we would like to talk about the importance of working together in unity in business. We know that our dear Prophet Muhammad, the prayers and peace be upon him, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, was a businessman who not only worked with just Muslims or Arabs, he worked with everyone. He worked with all people in his area. Now, his business, I'm not sure if he had a storefront or he worked outside, or some people say that, but it doesn't really matter. He worked with everybody, and he was respected by all people, everyone. Everyone knew him, everyone respected him, everyone trusted him. And it didn't matter what the religion or the background, everyone knew that he was a person of trust. He was always there, and he was always willing to work with anyone. The Jews, the Christians, the Muslims, everyone that was there was able to work, and he was able to conduct business, which was why he was so popular and so well respected. Now we know today that in this world, we know that there are many people of different faiths, of different backgrounds, of different persuasions. We must be aware that in order for us to coexist and to be productive and to be successful, we must learn to get along with everyone, not just those who believe with us, but those who may have use different paths. But we must be able to follow and work with everyone. And with using our business and our business model as an example for today's program, we would like to demonstrate our sincere appreciation and gratitude for those who work with us to promote housing and business in our communities. And with that, and to introduce our very special guest, I would like to bring our co-host, Al-Hajj, Imam Ismail Shamsuddin, who will introduce our very special guests.
Assalamu alaikum. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. With God's name, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer. First of all, I'd like to thank Imam Warthi Muhammad II, Imam Adil, Imam Elam, and the staff that has helped to bring about this first Sunday every month. And it's so important that we keep the Honorable Warthi Muhammad's legacy alive by participating in this forum that he has left for us. So once again, we thank you. One of the reasons why we have the special guests, Deacon Robinson and Reverend Brad Ayal, who has worked with us every day. And we have established a working relationship for the last 30 years. So we're really honored and pleased to have them with us. Deacon Robinson, if he's on, I'd like for him to share his screen. Yes, indeed. So that he can talk a little bit about what the relationship. Deacon Robinson is a long member of Bethany Baptist Church who has been the head deacon there for many, many years. So we really appreciate him for the work that he has done, not only in housing, but just throughout the community. They're feeding the people. They're doing different aspiration for community's sake. And we have joined in and have worked together for the last 30 years to be able to establish community work, not just for Muslims, but for the community at large. So we're thankful for Deacon Robinson to take a part of his time to be a part of this forum today. And I'd like to introduce him so he can share some of the things. And matter of fact, Imam Warthi Muhammad II, you have met Deacon Robinson at one of the occasions where we celebrated the 25th working relationship. So 5 years have passed so fast. So you can see that time is moving on. So we're honored to have him, and they're going to talk a little bit about what it takes when they say Muhammad. As I was talking to Deacon Robinson over the weekend, when I said to him, they said that Jesus and Muhammad would be together, but that was not in flesh, but that we are today. Jesus and Muhammad together today as we speak of that. So Deacon Robinson, without any further ado, you're a man that is religious. Every time we meet, we pray.
Right.
We don't open up the meeting without prayer. So Deacon Robinson, it's all yours, my friend.
Thank you, Mr. Samsudin. What we have to understand that, first of all, we have one commonality that we have to remember, and that is God. And God is our commonality. We are intertwined, and no matter how some people try to divide us, the one reality is that they cannot take away from us. And so what we have to learn is there are many things that people are putting in our path to try to divide people and make us think that we are so different from one another, when in actuality we have more things in common than we have and so praise God today that we have an opportunity to meet with you and talk to you about some of the things that have occurred over the years with Mr. Samsudin and I. And when I first met him with Mr. Ahmad, who I won't forget because he also was a great influence when we got together, and thank God for him as well. We were introduced, we had just completed at Bethany Baptist Church. I'm going to just talk a little bit about the church. We a small church in Harlem. We were organized in 1932. And we have always been a part of the Harlem community. And of course, I wasn't there in 1932, but bless God, I'm a part of it. My family's and my wife's families both have grown up in that church, and thank God we have been intertwined with the community. Mr. Samsudeen, 33 years ago, June is when we came together. We got a couple more years. We'll be celebrating 35 years from the last time. It was 25 years we celebrated. Yeah. So yeah, we have had a long relationship. We were working. I remember working on this first project at 154th Street, and a woman named Shirley Claiborne from Canaan Baptist Church said to me, I know you don't have a management company for this particular project. She said, but I met two gentlemen, Mr. Samsudeen and Mr. Ahmad. I want you to meet them, and she says, well, I don't know if you're going to like them or not, but I want you to meet them because they're community minded. They're not a huge cooperation, and they will work with you to make sure this project works. They're a smart group. And so we got together, we met, and I don't know why she thought we wouldn't like them, other than maybe she was thinking we were Baptists and they were Muslim. But the fact of the matter, we liked them very much. And here we are 33 years later, and God has kept us together. And having done that project and having them work with us as a management company, they were the ones that started the project at 120 across from Rice High School. They looked at that project and they asked us to join with them to work on doing that project. And blessed be to God, we were able to accomplish it. Not without some obstacles, remember, Mr. Samsudeen, but right. we did it. Community people said that, board members, some of them said that we wouldn't be able to accomplish it. But you know something? One thing about Mr. Samsudeen and one thing about me, we trust God. And we accomplished that project, and we have been working together ever since. We went on to do a third project that's one that we had been looking for. In fact, we started on it before we started on either of the two senior housing projects, and we hadn't accomplished it. It was there by our building, by our church building, and we wanted to build there and do something there. We couldn't get it done. In fact, there was it was a sore thumb to us because it was a bar on the corner in that building, and we wanted people not to have to come by the bar to get to church. But anyway, we were able to accomplish that building over years after we finished both of these projects. We were able to do the third project. So we have 3 projects that have been completed. And people often ask us, how could a small church in Harlem accomplish this when there are big developers and other big companies coming in and doing this, and we were able to accomplish it? And I only have one answer for you, but God. God is the one that enabled us to do it. And that relationship that we have with one another, as Mr. Samsudeen said, we pray together, and we understand one another. And quite frankly, Mr. Samsudeen is really a father figure for me. He'll I love about him is that he'll tell me when there's something that we shouldn't get into. He'll advise me if it's something we should try to do, how to work it out. He knows how to do business, and he knows how to make things happen. And I actually praise God, thank God for him all the time, because you know some people try to be appeasing to you and tell you what you want to hear. He's going to tell you what you need to hear. And so that's what's really fostered this relationship over the years. And we respect each other's, how we see God and how a relationship is with God. We respect that. And as I said, he'll tell you, we talk all the time about our relationship with God and what God has for us, what our tasks are and how we are to go about it. We put God first, and even in our prayer, the one thing that I pray all the time, Father, is not for our glory, but for your glory. We're not doing the work we do to try to get any glory out of it for ourselves. The glory belongs to God, and he has blessed us and he's kept us. He's strengthened us. He has brought us through some things that we thought we wouldn't make it through. And because of our relationship with each other and with God, we don't just know that new obstacles are coming, but we look forward to them because we have enough trust in God that God will bring us through them too, just like he's done with everything else. Now I'm gonna hold up here for a moment and let someone else speak, because I could tell you that I could go on for hours and hours about the relationship that we had. I'm so happy that we're met. I'm so happy that the people that I've met and the people that I've met through Mr. Samsudeen and his family, who have just made encourage me in knowing that if we work together, we can do anything, because we got God, and through God, all things are possible.
So possible.
There are nothing that's impossible to us if we have God. So,
is Reverend I Young on?
Yes, he is. Yeah.
Okay, Reverend I Young, you're on, my friend.
Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone. I've been a member of Bethany Baptist Church since 2002, so just about 22 years. And I have been working with Mr. Shamsuddin and Development Outreach along with Deacon Robinson. I started in 2006. And I am now the resident service coordinator for the 2 senior housing buildings that we have. And it is indeed a pleasure to work with Development Outreach. I have seen with my own eyes that our relationship has grown and continues to grow over the past few years. We have now gotten into more community work, where Henry Brooks Senior Housing is actually now a hub for food pantry distribution to the community. So on a weekly basis, every Friday, we serve roughly between 250 to 400 individuals that come through Henry Brooks to receive some measure of food supplies. And we continue to do this every Friday, as well as Deacon Robinson, and on the second Saturday of every month, they have Bethany has added a clothing drive along with the food. So you don't only come by to get your food, you come by to get some clothes. and we have some good used clothes. We also Deacon Robinson, through his being in the medical profession, we also have a lot of doctors who are getting rid of furniture. So once or twice a month, Deacon Robinson goes and he collects furniture. And we are also assisting residents coming in, as well as people who reach out to us in need with furniture. When we're talking about furniture, we're talking about living room sets, dining room sets. We have been able to supply a few people with some beds. This is what we are doing in our community. We care about the 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 people in our community as Christ as mandated to us to reach those who are in need. That's what we are doing we try to do this every week. Every week at Bethany and Development Outreach, we are working hand in hand to make sure that the needs of the community are met.
What about the after school program that we have? We'll talk a little bit about that. And then we want to talk a little bit about the housing. I don't know if you have that to show. You can put that up on the screen so they can see that as well. I don't know if you have that available.
No, what I could do is I can send you. I believe I sent you a link with a PowerPoint presentation so that you can distribute to everyone.
Okay. All
yes.
right.
That shows everything that we do. It shows that we also have activities with our seniors on a weekly basis where they we engage. We try to engage our residents. We have recognized that, especially since the pandemic, a lot of our seniors or a lot of our elderly are aging in place more. So we have also come up with programs to aid the seniors in terms of keeping them, keeping them active, keeping their cognitive skills going. That sort of stuff. So we are doing everything that we can. And then with the after school program, now we have engaged in teaching and developing the young ones, helping them with their homework, helping them with different various assignments. And the after school is growing. We're in a position now where we need more room.
That's correct. That's correct. But I wanted to interject to you, Reverend Ayong.
Yes.
The service coordinator. Why the service coordinator? That we serve 100 and some odd seniors.
132 seniors.
Okay. So the next question is that in that process, what is the function of the service coordinator? You need to tell them a little bit about what we do in relationship to the service coordinator with these seniors, to how do we assist them?
Okay, so as my role as service coordinator, my main role as service coordinator is to connect the seniors to the various services that they need. What I've discovered over the years, especially with going to the HUD training sessions, is that the seniors encounter their well-being changes ever so often. They have different needs arise. And my role is to connect them to the various services. For example, you find that some seniors may have problems moving around, or they may need a home health aide. They may need assistance. My role is to connect them to be able to ascertain or to get the assistance that they need. And one of the main things that I'm there for in connecting them is you find that the assistance to them is limited in relation to their income. So you find that if they make, let's say if they make over $2,300 a month, you would find that they'll be turned down for Medicaid. But there's a way around that. And that's why they need to connect to me, because I can help them get around that. And what a lot of people don't tell them is that the way around that is the excess money that you get, you put it in a pool trust. What has been happening is that, and I encountered this last week, where seniors are being denied. They're being told flat out, you make too much money, you can't qualify for you don't qualify for Medicare. And I'm saying to them, that's not true. There's a way around that. You just have to to speak to the right people and get connected. And we can get your services. A lot of also what I've encountered is when seniors are in a nursing home, I find that there's people tend to take advantage of them. They tend to most of their money goes to the nursing home. And what I've discovered is that you have to, if you don't stay on top of the home or even get in touch with Social Security quickly, that even though you leave the home, a month, 2 months can go by and the home is still getting that money. And the seniors are wondering, where's my money? Why I can't get my money?
Right.
And so that's just some of what I do to ensure that our seniors are treated fairly and they are not taken advantage of.
Right.
Okay, I want to interject. When we have coordinated for is the seniors coming in, Muslims as well as Christians, and well as the community at large. We don't discriminate. We put everyone in our locations when they become vacancies. So these are some of the things that we need to just kind of stress that a little bit. Maybe Deacon Robinson, you might want to chime in.
One of the things that I find that I'm happy that we touched on this because a lot of our seniors don't, as Reverend Young has alluded to, does not understand the intricacies that they need to in order to be able to accomplish the things they need. And we as they are aging in place, because when we first opened up, the most of our seniors were at 62, around those ages. Now that some of them have lived there for 20 to 30 years, they are aging in place and no longer where they didn't require any services when they came in, are requiring more and more services. And I am happy to say that that we have coordinators and now 2 assistants that are helping Reverend Young, is to be in touch with people and to know what's going on with them. It's important for us because sometimes if we didn't have them in place, we would never know the issues that they're having. And it really came out to us with a greater understanding of what's going on with our seniors when we just went through this period of this epidemic. We actually started doing things like going door to door to make sure that people were getting what they needed. And we learned so much about our seniors and the things that they need in the buildings that we are managing. And so we are their advocates to make sure that they get the things that they need. Now, this obviously could not be done without the cooperation that we have between management and owners, and between the church and the management and housing. We have been able to really bring services to these seniors. We were able to bring testing to them and bring vaccinations to them, not just COVID vaccinations, but to get other vaccinations for them as well, to make sure that they have food, and that they have not just food, but also that they will have relationship with one another, so that they're just not living in a building that's isolated. Being isolated. That we bring them together to be able to meet together. They do projects together. They do work together on things that that quite frankly is just exercise for them, or fun for them, or things that they can do to make their lives better. One of the things that I find, no matter that we live in an apartment building, apartment buildings can be very lonely for seniors. because they don't get to get out, they don't get to go out and do things that that others are doing, and they being able to come down to the community room for example, in the summertime when it's too warm in their apartments, to have a cooling space down on the in the community room that they can come and share with one another. There are just so many things, and we are learning more and more about our seniors and what we can do for them, and how we can make their lives better. I just was watching a medical show the other day, and I don't know if you're aware or not, but a lot more of our people are living to be. There are a lot more living to be 100 years old than it was 20 years ago, and so. As people are getting older, they require more services. They require more things to make their lives better. And I'm happy that through this partnership that we have, we are accomplishing that. There's so many things that we I think, Mr. Samsonine, I think maybe you and I have to write a book.
Well, let me say this, that based on our relationship for the business side, not only just all of the services, but there are other entities that we're engaged in as the Muslims community talked about community service. We're doing it collectively with the Bethany Baptist Church to accomplish the end at which we just said. So this is the business side, but what is this business connection do we have in relationship to our a portion of the program? But this is the business side that you just heard from Deacon Robinson and Reverend Young in relationship to the business entity that we do as community service. And we've been doing this since 1977. I mean, which a lot of the Muslims community don't even know that we're doing this. But
let me bring
about. You have
to bring this up as well to the community. There was one piece. There are two observations that I'd like to bring also. Is the fact, now that you're talking about business, I'd like to also mention that development outreach, as well as Bethany Baptist Church, employs approximately 50 employees. Yeah. So in addition to servicing the seniors, the community with the clothing, the food, we're also providing wages and employment for approximately 50 employees who live in the area, and as well as contractors, local contractors that we use to do a variety of repairs and improvements, electricians, general contractors, suppliers. Those are things that are also a byproduct of the relationship with Bethany Baptist Church and Development Outreach. And Deacon Robinson mentioned the COVID crisis of 20 to 2022. Many corporations were unable to pay their employees. In fact, a lot of corporations had ceased and had their corporations closed. With God's good grace, that Bethany Baptist Church and Development Outreach were not late or delinquent in paying our employees. As a matter of fact, all of the employees were paid on time. They were not late, they were not short, and through the stewardship of Development Outreach and Bethany Baptist Church, I believe bonuses were given to the employees during the COVID time as a show of appreciation for their continued work during the crisis. And the other observation that I'd like to just bring is that the two corporations don't do this for the glory. We don't see the newspapers, the TV. You'll see them in other places, but the reward with Bethany Baptist Church and development outreach rests solely with God. Praise be to God. And
Yes.
that's an observation that's may not always be in the forefront, but that's something that should also be recognized and appreciated to
Yes.
the relationship to these two corporations coming together.
Yeah.
But I just want to bring in Imam Waris Muhammad II so that he can make some comments because, I want to make sure that we stay with the timeline. But I would just like for you to have a little input on what you just heard. These are just some of the things. We didn't really hit all of it, but we gave you enough insight of exactly what's taking place on a daily basis.
Well, first of all, you all did an excellent job in giving us a window into the world of service to community, to God first, and to community. That I have to commend you all and for doing. You all know my background, where I come from. I grew up a little boy in the house of Imam Waris Muhammad, meaning this, which consisted of the entire African American community of Muslims. And what you all are doing, basically all you all are doing is, as Muslims, you're following in the tradition of Muhammad the Prophet. He had good relationships before he was the prophet with everyone in his community. He was a businessman and he was well trusted, like Eric started out the program mentioning, that he was one that saw himself as equal to his fellow man and his brother. As a matter of fact, he was one that said, they were calling him, asked him, a person said, "What should we call you, refer to you? You're the messenger of God." He said, "The best title you can give me is to call me brother. I'm your brother."
Yeah.
And on that note, that's the world that I grew up in. I remember my first vehicle, my mother bought a van for the Claire Muhammad Foundation. My job was to go pick up furniture, clothes, to visit the elderly and some of the sisters. And it put a little, I don't know if it put hair on my chest or whatever, but it made a man out of me.
Yeah.
Because some of them apartments I went to, they were small, they were hot. I had to hang blinds, I had to clean up stuff, I had to move furniture, and this is a little boy. I had a license at 15 or 16. All I know is I had a car. And I used that car to do, my mother kept me, I didn't even know how busy I was. I learned how to carry furniture with a strap on my back up 2 or 3 flights of steps. So I know what you're doing. God bless you. I know that God is with you. I heard you say it when we say subhanallah, alhamdulillah, subhanallah ta'ala. That's what you've been saying in English. God, glorify God, praise God. And that's the way it has to be done. If you're not giving God the credit first, then how can you do this work? This work is not an easy work.
Yes.
And you know what else I hear, Emil? I hear New Africa. This is the spirit of my late father. My father wanted this. What you're doing today is, I saw a commercial on television, because I know I don't have a whole lot of time. The commercial, they was showing these people that were serving the community, and they were asking some youngsters, look like grade school youngsters. So they said, when you see them talking about the community service and the leaders in the community, do you see you? Do you see yourself? I think the most significant thing that you're doing is that when your community needs help, because spiritually as Black folks, I'm being real, that if we don't see none of us around, there's a certain level of stress, like your blood pressure go up. Because I know when I go to the doctor say, well, I said, well, maybe I'm just high strung. The first step I take out my car to the doctor's office, I said, I know my blood pressure is already up. So I say, alhamdulillah, when we can see people that love us, that care about us, that look like us, serving us and helping us, man, that's New Africa right there. Everybody got their communities. You got New England, New Mexico, New Jersey, Newark.
Yes.
Where's New Africa?
Yeah.
Y'all, you are New Africa. You're paving the way for New Africa. I want to hear next time the cultural facility that y'all open up where we can come and get some music and some good food too. I get back there real quick. And I don't forget, I thank you so much, Reverend. When I came in town for the 25th, we had just got off the plane. And I don't like wearing suits and ties. So I didn't wear, I should have worn my suit on the plane, but you gave me the place. to where I could get changed right quick and be on time for the program. So,
Yeah,
I'm part of the
I
family. I feel like
remember.
I'm part of the family too. So, keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Alhamdulillah, we hope to have you all back.
Yes.
Maybe next time we have you back, maybe you can give us a what we call a football sermon or something, because we can use your help here.
Okay.
That's what we did in Chicago. What you all are doing here,
Yeah.
but the circumstances of the probate court and what my father went through.
Right.
They squashed us like an ant.
No.
And but
don't-
many of us around the country, we formed bonds and relationships with our Christian brothers the
Yeah.
same way the prophet did during his time.
Yeah.
And we thank you. We love you. We all we're the same ties of faith.
Yeah.
And keep up the good work, brothers. Appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
I just want to open up the mic for a few minutes, then we'll be done with regard to any questions that anyone may desire. Imam Adil.
Yes, sir, Imam Ismail. Thank you. So those of you who have questions in the Zoom audience, please raise your hand and we'll acknowledge you by the order of hands. And those of you in our YouTube audience, if you just enter the questions into the YouTube chat, we'll ask them for you. We have a very special guest. This is the business and technology portion of the program, presented by Imam Ismail Shamsuddin and Imam Eric Shamsuddin. And we have Imam Deputy Muhammad II. And we have our special guest, Deacon Robinson and Reverend Ayung. It's Reverend Ayung, is that correct?
That is perfectly
Yes,
correct.
Okay. So please ask questions. When we have guests, as we had today, we had a special guest, was Dr. Mary Adams, and we have two esteemed guests, Deacon Robinson and Reverend Ayung. Please take advantage of these opportunities to ask questions and to share comments, and also to express our gratitude and our appreciation for the works that they're doing for our communities throughout the United States. So we'll take the first question from the Zoom audience. Go ahead and open up your mic and raise your hand, and then we'll acknowledge you from there. Go ahead, Sister Haja, Sister Imani.
Assalamu alaikum, and happy Sunday to everyone. What a profound service you are giving with a united front, alhamdulillah. I was thinking of, do you have a website where if you take contributions, and also, are you a social worker? Sound like you're the person who was able to make an assessment. That's my field. I'm a case manager. So it seems like that is exactly what we need. Somebody to put their hands on the pulse. There's the connection between the entities, that's the business part, to know exactly personally what's going on with those individuals, because that's the big gray area that you have facilitated so well for those. I'm sure they're very grateful. So main thing is just want to know if you have a website, and if it's possible, and y'all, can you put it in the chat or something, please? Or it will be recorded? Okay.
Our website is it's not a big website, but we do have a presence on the internet. It's Development Outreach Inc.
Okay.
Development Outreach INC NYC.com.
Okay. .com. Okay. Is anybody could put that in the chat for me, please? Or is this recorded?
Yes, we'll make sure that it's in the
okay.
chat.
I appreciate it. I'm in the middle of some yard work, but I'm listening. Alhamdulillah. Thank you. May Allah bless you and strengthen your journey, and may Allah reward you all for this, some good dedication of your own self doing this work. All of you. Assalamu alaikum.
Ameen. Walaikum assalam.
Go ahead. For the Sister Hattie, did you have a question?
Yes, sir. I had a question about how do you do a development? How do you start a development outreach program with using the business group? How do you do that in your community where you are?
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
How do you develop outreach program in where you live at in your city?
Well,
and how do you connect it up with the business?
We're a 501c3 not-for-profit corporation in the state of New York. We were fortunate to have an attorney who was able to make our business charter broad enough to include the services for the community, such as housing,
The social services,
community support. What we did, I guess the answer to your question is to first get a mission statement, what you want to do in terms of your a corporation, or what you want to do to service the community, and then maybe talk to an attorney who may be able to file the necessary paperwork with the state where you live in, and then that way you can have a business to do the certain things that you need. But I think the first thing you need to do is to get a mission statement together and then present it to an attorney. Is that right?
Yes.
I think that's a good start, but I'm also going to tell you that fortunately for us, some of what happened is God just put it in place and it fell in place. What God calls you for, He enables you.
Okay.
So you got to keep in mind that you got to start with this work is a calling. Is not something that you can just decide that I want to do and that it's going to happen tomorrow.
Right.
But with your calling, if you God will equip you and you will work it out. One of the reasons you on this meeting to this afternoon is because I have recently retired. I don't Mrs. Epstein to tell you, I don't really brag about this, but I'm a doctor but I know what my calling is, and my calling is to help people. And with my calling, He's enabled me to He's put me in the right places. My being in Mr. Samson's office to meet with Mr. Samson, I didn't arrange that. God arranged that. So some of that has to take place in order for you to accomplish what you need to accomplish. But I also want to tell you that I've recently have started a business where I am doing just what you're asked about, helping to develop missions and helping to develop get grants and get funding for businesses that want to do this work. And I will what I'll do is I'll put my information in the chat, and if you look in the chat, you'll be able to get that information and we can talk about it more. It's not something that we're going to be able to solve for you this call, but we can work further to make it happen for you.
Okay, thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
And Deacon, can I share something right quick? It's hard to deal with the calling that we have, with people with this fast-paced society, and especially with young people. God bless me with something that I give them. I tell people that you should not, well, actually, I got this from my father, this part. Do not go after money for money's sake.
Right.
Because money is only a byproduct of service.
Yes.
So if you want to serve, you find out where your talents lie and what is it that you have to offer the world. And God always gives back tenfold. So if you have a service that people need, somebody's going to want to pay you for that service. So you have to first love your community, love yourself, and love God. Love God first. Love yourself enough to want to serve your community, and it'll turn into money. And look at these brothers right here. They in the Mecca. They in Harlem. These brothers are from Harlem. And know your audience. Know who you're talking to. And we should value one another enough to get to know it. We're not just Black folks.
Yeah.
We people that have made achievements and have accomplished things in life and for the sake of God and for the sake of a better world. So we should respect this opportunity. Like I'm really trying to echo what Ideal was saying. Ideal is trying to let us know the gravity of what we experiencing today. What you experience today may change the life of people in your community or influence someone to want to follow in the footsteps of community outreach. And yes, I believe it's possible that we can have more establishments like these as if we only desire to be together and work together. God willing.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Absolutely. Thank you, Brother Imam. That's what we need.
Yep.
Yes. This if we bring together, and this is what really have put Bethany Baptist Church and ourselves together, is that we saw the need for this. And we did this back 30 some odd years ago when Imam Warith Muhammad came up with the folklore movement. We were already engaged.
Yeah.
So we're carrying out his legacy in terms of the work that we're doing as a unit. Yes.
And the folklore is a world movement. That's
correct.
from Rome. This is
correct.
a Roman Catholic woman movement, and Imam Muhammad brought them to the former members of the Nation of Islam. Now you got FOI, Fruit of Islam. You got ministers now they imams coming from this highly successful because you could say that the Nation of Islam was a new Africa.
Yeah.
We built community. We built this, but we lost it. But we can have it back overnight if we just broaden our horizons. The first thing Imam Muhammad did was he opened the doors, said that we're all brothers.
That's
and
right.
that we let all races and all people from all backgrounds, and we embrace them as our brothers. And so we should be the new movement should be much bigger than what we had in the past.
Right.
It should grow bigger, and it should reflect the beauty of America as a whole.
But
not just Black folks. It should reflect the freedom of America and American society. Yeah. And I think that's what we are. I think we the leaders. God, I think God has chosen us.
Yes.
God has chosen us to lead America in this time. Because we don't have the burden of the past on us.
Yeah.
We're new people. We are new people.
It's our calling route. It's what it is. It's our
that's right.
This is what God has called us to do. And if we don't founder it and we work together like we have been doing, I'm telling you, Mr. Samsudeen and I are like this. You can't. People try to come in between us. Don't, Mr. Samson.
Yeah, they will. They will.
They have. They try.
They can't. They cannot come between us, no matter what they try to do, because first of all, we don't trust our own selves. We trust God. Both of us.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Okay. I think that
we do have a couple more.
Because we're almost out of time.
Did you want to take a couple more questions?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay. It's up to you.
Go ahead, Sister Basima. And I'm not sure, Sister Olivia, if you had a question, and Sister Anna, you all can follow Sister Basima. Go ahead, Sister Basima.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Intisar. I'm with Sister Basima, and my question is about getting seniors qualified for Medicaid. I know some that just have income like $1 or $2 more than what they need to qualify for Medicaid. So I heard you say something about there was a workaround. Could you elaborate on that?
Yeah, Reverend Ayam, go ahead.
Yes. The workaround is they have to put their money in what is called a pooled trust. The pooled trust gives them
overage. Yes, say the overage, right?
Yeah, the overage, right? So
if they owe $1 or $2 over, they in good shape.
Yeah, they'll be in good shape. If they're $1 or $2 more, they're in good shape.
Can you put that information in the chat so they can make contact
Okay. Yeah. What I'll do is I'll put my number. They can call me, and I'll be able to give them the information.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll put my number.
Listen,
That's not a
right.
problem.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Great.
And
Or
you
your
know,
email. Either way.
okay. And you know, we've been saying that nothing happens by accident. I'm the sister here who is studying trust law and developing individuals' trust and also a trust for our community so we can have succession planning, because you know, as we age out, if we don't have anybody coming after us, we don't want our resources that we work for to fall into the wrong hands. So
There we go.
we're working on that, and I'm working on individual trust as well.
Excellent. Excellent.
Yeah, if we can put that in the chat so they can really grab it, and then they can continue to keep the conversation going.
Thank you.
Go ahead, brother Adil.
Yes, next question, Sister Anna, then we'll go with Sister Olivia. Sister Anna?
Yeah. Excuse me. First of all, I want to say I could shout because I did hear a sermon today. I am flying, and I'm telling you the spirit, you, community outreach, and Bethany, together you are force. And I'm telling you, brother, our president, Warren said, next time you come, you're going to give a sermon. Well, the sermon already. I just want to say that I'm a witness. I'm a witness last October when we had the naming ceremony of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad Way on Malcolm Boulevard in 127th Street. And I was blessed to be with the Shamsuddin family. And I'm a witness. I saw this with my own eyes, the dignified resident that our seniors are in. And one of the first things that our leader did, Imam W.D. Muhammad, you will see him serving the seniors. This picture, he has the bowl in his hand.
That's correct.
That's right. That's right.
And he's serving the elders in this community. So the message is loud and clear. You are measured by how you treat your children and your elderly.
Yeah.
So we're happy today that God, these two bodies together to be a beacon that will express what God put in the vision of Imam W.D. Muhammad. So, brother President, you had me shouting over here, talking. I'm telling you, I just thank Allah, Almighty God, continue to pour out abundance of blessings on these men and women who are doing your will. And we love you. The Shamsuddin family is one of the first families in New York that have always been a beacon of how to do things and how to live a moral, decent life. So I just want to say thank you so much. And as we all pray that we continue to do the will of God, and as the president said, I'm ending my, that our president, Warren said, don't go after the money. He's talking to us. Go after, find your talent, your gift, and the money will come, but you have to first see the purpose that God wants you to serve. So again, assalamu alaikum and blessings be upon you.
We'll take one more and then we'll end.
Yes, sir. Sister Olivia, did you have a question? If you did, this is the time. If not, we'll take one more question or comment for the panel here.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hey, Assalamu alaikum. I really enjoyed today's program. Uh, the sister before pretty much asked the question that I was going to ask because I work with my community. I'm the president of the Prairie St. Mary's area, and I'm always giving them information about different programs that come up. But many of them, their income is a little more, okay? And you were saying that you were going to put in the chat what they need to do. Am I correct?
Yeah, I'll put it in. I'm putting it right now as we speak.
Okay, so that's for, they would use that for any program that comes up.
Yeah, it's called a pool trust. I'll give you know, if I have my numbers in the chat, my email is in the chat. If you reach out to me, I'll definitely be able to give you a lot more detail. But it's called a pool trust. And the excess money over the limit is what is goes into that trust, and it allow you can have you'll be able to get a debit card that you'll be able to use to go buy. I believe you can buy groceries. You can make ATM withdrawals. You could even use the excess money to pay your rent and bills and stuff like that. But the idea is to put it in a pool trust, because otherwise you would have to give it to Medicaid. If you do that, you're going to lose it.
Not just Medicaid that I was concerned with. It's a lot of programs that come. I live in Detroit, and there's a lot of programs that come up. But like I said, a lot of the individuals in my community, make just a little more. And makes them not.
Or the more we get together, the happier we'll be.
Absolutely. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Sister Olivia. And she said, thank you very much, Reverend Ayong.
Yep.
All right. At this time, we'll turn it back over to you, Imam Ismail and Imam Eric, for any closing remarks for this presentation.
Eric, you want to?
We would like to again thank our esteemed guest, Deacon Steve Robinson and Reverend Bradford Ayong, for their time and effort to come on our segment of the Mosque Cares program and to explain what they do for the community and for the sake of not looking for glory from anyone but from God. And we really appreciate their time and efforts, and may God have the glory on them and us, all of us, to continue to do God's work. Amen.
I would just like to close out by saying that thanks to Deacon Robinson and Reverend Ayong for the participant of this particular forum today. We hope to get you back soon at some other future occasion so that we can continue the work that we're doing to build a better society for the African experience and what we have here in the United States of America. Thank you again for all.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for being here. So once again, Imam Warati Muhammad, once again, thank you for being so much a part of this forum. And we pray Allah that we have achieved some of the aspiration that you desire to keep the program and the legacy of your father alive.
Yes, thank you so much. Excellent work, Imam Shamsuddin and Eric. And we really appreciate our guests. And hey, everybody, they're gonna be back here next month. This is a program that we have established, and they've accepted the responsibility to fill this void that we have of knowledge and understanding on how to grow and build a successful business. So that we'll be back here next month, and we hope to see you all here for this program. And
they can tune in anytime.
Yeah, you can tune in, and plus it's being recorded. So you'll be able to revisit this program on YouTube, God willing. And we hope to see us and that God be with us. And and we hope to see us making progress in the way of him, in the way of God and for his sake.
Yes.
We really, really happy and appreciate you guys here. And, God willing, we'll be all together. We love each other enough. God will bring us together and he'll create the opportunity for us to be together in person.
That's right.
I'm looking for the big gathering.
Yes.
I see it. I can taste it. I feel it. We're gonna have a big gathering. One day it's gonna be mosque cares and development outreach and our Christian brothers in Harlem, and hopefully we can let this grow. This is a start. We're gonna hopefully build upon what you all have established and take it nationally. That's what I tell people. I said the value of people like us to you is that we are you. We're servants. We represent you. So the value is that when you come to us, now all of our friends become your friends. So if we have a national gathering or a big gathering, then you come and you come with your business card. You don't even have to have products. The next year you'll have products because so many important people, movers and shakers and business people, community builders, now they know your name and they have your card. So this is what it's all about. We have to fight against the scheme of the shaitan, the Satan in our communities, in our world that want to divide us and keep us separate and keep us fearful of one another. And we have to open our hearts to one another and love each other because God is without want and without need. We are the ones, we need each other. And we need to serve. And how do you serve God? By serving humanity. Serve your brother first. Start at home.
That's right.
That's what we plan on doing, God willing. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, peace. Assalamu alaikum. Till next time.
Wa alaikum assalam.
And I'm going to turn it over to Brother Adil, and he can introduce the next part of our program, which I think is me. I'm going to try to be very brief, inshallah.
Yes, sir, Brother Imam. Thank you very much. And we thank Imam Ismail and Eric Shamsuddin for the business and technology presentation with their special guest, Deacon Robinson and Reverend Ayung. So at this time, we're going to turn it over to our Imam and the president of the Ministry of Imam Warathuddin Muhammad, the Mosque Cares, Imam W.D. Muhammad II.
Yes, thank you, Imam Adil. My clock is not showing. Do you have a time? I need to start wearing a watch. My clock is not coming up on my screen. I don't know why. But what time?
Yes, sir. It's 20 minutes before the hour.
What hour?
Before 5.
Okay, 5. Okay, I've been sitting there. I have no idea because no clock. I'm gonna hang a clock on the wall over there. All right. All praises are due to Allah. Appreciate you, Brother Adil. And this is my portion. I'm gonna try to be brief because we have a very, very excellent keynote or guest speaker for this First Sunday program. As you all know, the First Sunday program evolves around invited guests or volunteer guest speakers on topics that interest the community, anywhere from business to education, technology, or what you may have it. Whatever skills, we look for the most skilled or the people that have something that want to give back to their community. And the Mosque Cares, we're a charitable 501c3 charity, charitable organization, and we like to find ways, what are the best ways to give back? And this First Sunday program is one of them. I am Imam Warathuddin Muhammad II, the son of the late leader, Imam W.D. Muhammad II, who we all know is the builder of, and actually the one who established his ministry here with the followers of the late leader, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and established a community of Muslims following the leader of all Muslims, Muhammad the Prophet, to whom the Quran was revealed. May God be pleased with him, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and the guidance of the book, our holy book, the Quran. So I'm going to greet you with the greetings of peace. Assalamu alaikum. That's God's peace and blessings and mercy be upon us all. Welcome back to another First Sunday program. And I want to start out by thanking all those who participated last month. Last month, our first Sunday program, which is held every first Sunday of the month, from 1 o'clock until program ends, usually about 5 or 6. Yes, we had our program focus, the convention, pardon me, the convention theme. It was an ongoing theme. We're, as a community and as a nation, many people have been talking about youth leadership. How do we welcome or encourage youth leadership? And I just read an article this morning where it was a small, I forget what paper published it, but the teachers were voicing their concern about students not having the focus that they need in school, and that they were trying to put some of the earnest or the attention on the parents, but that the children, they were accusing the parents of allowing the children to be raised by social media. But we know that these devices, I think they're a sign from God to show us our child looking down at a device and not looking at us, almost as if they've put a mask or a blinder on our children. But there's always been distractions. There's always been pop culture, the television, so Imam used to tell us you need to turn those televisions out, and find some more social evolving things as a call to us, almost as an urgent call to us to save our young people, because the TV doesn't respect us as parents, as the leaders, is breaking down the fabric of our society. So I'm not one to jump out there and say that, hey, these devices are evil or they're bad. Our lack of attention to our children, that's the major problem. So the topic for our convention was youth leadership. We were trying to figure out how can we invite or welcome our children, or at least get them to wake them up, because many of them don't see that the things that they want in life are achievable, but the enemy of mankind, the Satan, has deceived us and all of them, especially the young people, into believing that the way to get those things you want is to go after things for self, or to be selfish first. Look after yourself first. Look at it when the nature that God has created, the more science study, the more conscious man and religious man, God-fearing man, and conscious man that wants to see a better future for himself discover. The more they dig, and they discover that the true reward in life is not thinking self as an individual. And Imam Muhammad even explained to us how the Quran so beautifully expressed the nature of life, as life being a community, and very start as a community. In the wombs of our mother, before God even created us, he made us a community. A clot of blood congealing, that's a community, and holding firm together. So if you reach out to your community, I believe that was the overall message. The theme was youth leadership, but I think the overall message was we desperately need our community to feel the need to give back. I use that language, give back, but it's not necessarily giving back, because you shouldn't expect someone to be giving back, and we shouldn't expect you to be giving back to us. We expect you to, if you're going to give something back, pay the debt back to your God, to your Lord and Creator. The debt is due to God, but the service should be to community. So if you're going to give to those in need. And if you're going to give all of yourself. Give all of yourself 100% to God and for the sake of community. And bring your talents here to the Mosque Cares. We want to hear from you. We want to know what you're talking about. But evil produces evil. So if you're following the path of corruption, vulgarity, all of the deadly sins that that religion has warned us about. You know, we know what's out there in the air. Religion is being attacked from all sides. Faith is being attacked from all sides by people. Am I still here? Okay. Yeah.
Yes, you're still
Okay.
here.
I just had to touch it. Good. Yeah. So uh, you have to resist. I'm gonna go straight to something. You know, there was a movie extremely popular where they was looking for the lost ark. You know, the Ark of the Covenant and all this and that. We have to resist the subtle things. We know that was entertainment, that movie, and the people saying that, oh, this is lost. So, and then when I was young, they were worse than that. The religion was being so disrespected on all sides to the point where now people don't respect religion and don't value religion and don't even seek religion for guidance. But you need to think hard on these things. And before you put something down, make sure it doesn't have value. Don't be wasteful, because you're going to be held accountable for the good gifts that God and the blessings that God give you that you threw in the trash. You know, and the sad part is people say, well, hey, if I knew better, you know, I have a lot of regrets. I wasted a lot of good time and energy. I wasted a lot of valuable wisdom that I was given as a young person and opportunities and all this and that. But the sad part is that many people are wasting opportunities and valuable gifts that God has blessed them with, and they don't even know they're wasting it, because the environment has so rejected all things that God put in your creation, the creation of you and in your environment to benefit you. You're rejecting them at all corners and all times. And I was talking about that movie, the Lost Ark. I said, now we know Hollywood, but when you confuse Hollywood with reality, now there arises a problem. When you refuse Hollywood with reality, and you see them making fun of Jesus Christ on TV, making a mockery of him on TV and putting him in as the image of a human being, which I reject as a Muslim. I reject any images of any of God's servants. But when you take that into your personal life, and now Hollywood has become your reality, and you're disrespecting the values that your community was built upon, that this great country we live in, the United States of America, was built based upon, you know. So I tell people, I say the ark, what's the ark? It's a box that shoots lightning like that movie and burns up people. You know, they say that. And there are many people that believe in that literally. But just like the Amazon package that I got off my porch this morning, the value to me in reality in this world, not in my make-believe mind or Hollywood or some fantasy, is not the Amazon package. It's the bag of rice that that came in that box. And just like the Ark of the Covenant, its value is the Ten Commandments. So the Ark isn't lost. It lives in the hearts and the minds and the life and the good deeds of the people that believe in the Ten Commandments. So let's get back to good sense, common sense. Let's get back to human decency and goodness and service, and we'll benefit from this wonderful creation God has made us. And no, God didn't create us for sin or in sin or out of sin. Everything God created is excellent. Look for flaws in God's creation. Look for flaws in the creation of the human being. Look for flaws in the creation of the baby. Look for division and separation in the baby, in the nature of the baby. It doesn't exist. They all cry, real tears. They all smile and laugh, real laughter, no matter what nation or country they come from. So God created them in excellence and created us all for excellence. So let's strive for excellence and do better with ourselves. Let's invite our children to do better for themselves and do better with themselves and strive for excellence. Human excellence. Yes, there's a thing called human excellence. I actually got into an argument with a person that said the human being excellence. I said, yes, human excellence. Everything God created, his blueprint for his creation is excellence. He didn't create anything to be less than what it is, but the human being has the capacity to be worse, the biggest degenerate on the planet Earth, be lower than the lowest animal that we find in creation. And we know that those animals that we see as low are not low in their creation and in their nature, because God created them like he created that seed, that seed that he created the human being that you can barely see under the microscope. to one day grow up and to lead the world and to be able to manage the material reality and build a rocket ship and fly in outer space and land on the moon or someplace and bring some resources back from other bodies, celestial bodies, back to benefit himself on Earth. You see, that's amazing to me. That's just extremely amazing. And that's just only one of the things. Everything you think about, God created, he has created it for growth. And so we should value the life that we have and value our potential, and only seek the help of God for guidance, because he's the one to guide and the best to guide. All right, I know our brother's here, so I'm gonna close out. But I just want to thank all those that participated in the convention, and our chair, brother Imam Bashir Rahman, for doing an excellent job and helping to steer this convention, and all those that, especially those that registered, that spent your money, send your money, so that we can realize these programs like this one today and all of the programs that we have in store. We're preparing now for our next program. Oh, and yeah, I don't want to forget Imam Talib Sharif, who he heads up the Believers in Uniform program. He did an excellent job. We had some excellent guests and excellent presenters during that program. He always keeps us on a high level, dignified, and in a dignified manner, and brings dignity to our community and those that participate, and that those that cause themselves. We consider ourselves as students and followers of the our late leader, Imam W.D. Muhammad. We want to thank all of those participants, and our culture night, top notch. Our cultural night is really a reflection of it's like the talent that we have in our community. So most of our cultural expression, it comes from people that have the same influences that and background that we come from. And we see that growing, we see it improving every year, and we mostly enjoy the entertainment. You know, we don't get loose and get wild like a lot of people, but if you ever have the opportunity, you're welcome to come and enjoy our musical and cultural expression at our night of what do we call it? Our
Culture night.
Culture night. I said it 100 times. Culture night, top notch, you know, and we're looking forward to seeing it grow. Our New Africa Marketplace. You know, these are concepts, these are things, and we're not in competition. This is something that I wish that people would understand. That's the shaitan that wants you to think that you're in competition with your brother. No, your brother needs your help, and your brother wants to help you. He's seeking how can he be a better a part of your life and your community, in the community that you live in and you build your future in. He wants to be a support for that, because he knows that his growth depends on your growth. And so we're not in competition with each other. We're not trying to have the biggest party or the biggest, greatest convention. We're just seeking to live together and grow together, and to serve God, most of all, to serve God together. But a lot of people, because of the cultural climate, or what do you call it, pop culture, you know, I start mentioning God, people think I'm trying to sell them poison or something. I don't understand this world we live in. But as soon as you turn to God and you see him, you should be loyal to him and feel indebted to him. And that's what those of us that we've done. We see God's handiwork in our lives and in our communities, and we feel a debt to him. And we feel that the best way to serve him is by serving community and community works and the good works of our community, and supporting the good works of our hardworking brothers and sisters that we see in our community. Always seek opportunities to help and to serve. That's what my call is today, is that let us continue to work together and seek opportunities to do more for ourselves and the humanity at large, God willing. Thank you. Hope I didn't leave anything out or anybody out. It wasn't my intention, but we thank you and we look forward to our next presenter and seeing you all here. We're going to have open up for questions, and if you have questions for me, we'll make time for that later. But for now, I'm going to turn it over to the next presenter. God willing.
Yes, yes, sir. Thank you, Brother Imam Muhammad II, the president of the Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad. The Mosque Cares, and leaving us with those key words for service. Always look for where you could be of service to each other. So thank you for those words, Brother Imam.
My pleasure.
At this time, speaking of service, during this month of October, which is the month of Islamic Heritage, the Islamic Heritage Month, and we have our good brother, the featured guest presenter, who is a researcher, a historian, an author, a poet, and he's also the president and co-founder and curator of America's Islamic Heritage Museum, our good brother, Amir Muhammad.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Brother Imam W.D. Muhammad, excellent job in your presentation and speaking on service and our obligation about being community conscious. And I hope that I could touch on some of those pieces to help stimulate. Brother Adele, are we online to do the PowerPoint?
Yes, sir. Would you like for me to share them, or do you want to share?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, let me get the screen ready here.
And while he's getting it ready, what we're going to try to do is summarize some points and some lessons that we see that we can learn from our Islamic history, our Islamic past, and our Islamic experience throughout our own personal community. And while he's getting that part together, we begin with talking about this brother Al-Jahazi. He wrote over 200 books over 1,100 years ago. And in one of his books, he describes some of the personality traits about us as African people. We could click on, yes. And there he describes our characteristics about us. In some of his books about zoology is very famous. But when he talked about us as Black people, he said that we're very generous. We have a natural gift for romantic dancing. We are best singers. They express ourselves lively. We are physically stronger, and we are always happy, smiling, optimistic. And you can see that nature within us. And you can click on to the next one. All throughout in there, he described, about the dance and the rhythm, and you can see they use Bilal ibn Rabah during Prophet Muhammad's time, the Qadi Adan. You have many African singers and people with expressions. You can click it, brother, out there. Muslims here, we came here in America first as not people enslaved, but we came here as explorers. We have records of Master Musa, I was talking about his brother, coming Abu Bakr, Master Abu Bakr coming here in the 1300s, traveling all throughout South America, the Caribbean, and even inland into the Mississippi River. And you see different reports and stories about that. We could click on to the next one. And this is just a map about Mali, the empire at that time, and one of the maps that they show us about Mansa Musa and the gold, because they was impressed with the gold. And that was one of the reasons why they went after we lost this in the Spanish Inquisition. They came down to West Africa and started enslaving us because of the riches and the gold minerals that existed. We can click on to the next one. Here, you see other reports and other forms of our presence here in the United States. And Puerto Rico, This at the top on right, you see this is what they call the Fort of the Moors. And the Fort of the Moors, the wall that's facing the ocean is old Arabic writing that are on the walls. Inside Old San Juan in the restaurant, you see Arabic writings on the stores. You could go into St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix, Puerto Rico, many of the Caribbean islands. You can see the Islamic arch and the architectural work. Even the country Aruba. Aruba is an Arabic word. And when you come in, if you come in through the ship, there's some old mosques and they turned into like a museum and restaurants. But you see the water that they had going for voodoo. The problem is with the Caribbeans is that after the Moors lost Spain and the Spanish Inquisition, the Spaniards came and took over all the different parts that the Moors had. Then after the Spaniards, the Dutch took over from the Spaniards. Then you had the British and other people that took from them. So the story become lost. We click on to the next one. During the Barbary Coast Wars, the next wave we seen that we came through the Barbary Coast Wars. We click on to the next one. We can see that there's people that came here fleeing the Barbary Coast Wars. Some of the people known as Melungeons. They wound up living in what they call the Appalachian Mountains of Tennessee, Kentucky, and West Virginia. They said that Elvis Presley mother was a Melungeon. They say the Abraham Lincoln mother was Melungeons. These Melungeons still exist today, all throughout Kentucky and West Virginia and parts of Tennessee. We click on to the next one. And they're the mixture of people. You can see the shades of Black, Native American, Indigenous, and as well as white. We can click on to the next one. Excuse me. Here is another group of people. These are Moors of Delaware. And these Moors of Delaware is how I came about aware of them. I was in Annapolis at one of the Isthmus conventions, which is Arab Indo-Pac convention. There was a lady walking around with shorts saying that she was a Moor. And I know she was not part of, and looking like an Arab. And I know she couldn't be an Arab or a Muslim with shorts on. But she said she was a Moor, and they come out of Delaware, outside of Delaware, and they still exist today. We was just there at what they call the powwow, one of the Nagaco Indians powwow. And within that powwow, you had a lot of African Americans that participated that still trace themselves back to what they call the Moors of Delaware. They live in the Griswold area. I want to hesitate a little bit for a second. I visited 2 powwows and 1 Indian dance this past couple months, and in each one of them, and as well as with the Gullah people, you see a tradition of people walking, moving, and going counterclockwise. And amongst the Gullah people, they was making Toba, because they couldn't go on Hajj. But the Native American Indian in that circle is a dance. It's a dance of friendship. When they become inclusive of everyone, they go counterclockwise and dance within that circle. And you see this amongst the Native American people, a very keen spirituality and awareness of nature and their surroundings. Okay, we go to the next one. Now, and in here, we find in American history 4 types of Muslim personality that dominate: scholars, leaders, entrepreneurs, and those that are proud of their faith and living their faith out. And they told us that we had no history, no culture, and we couldn't read and write. But that was the lie. We could read and write. We had a history. We had a culture. We go to the next. Some of the scholars that we see in here that we experience: Imam Worthy Muhammad, Phyllis Wheatley, Bilali Muhammad, Omar ibn Said, Job ibn Dijallo. All these were scholars. Job wrote down the Quran 3 times from memory. This is in 1730, and wrote a few other letters. Omar wrote his own autobiography, and it was a Muslim that owned it, that went to school, Claire Muhammad School in Chicago. Derek Bird, before he passed, he sold it to the Library of Congress. He owned that. Phyllis Wheatley wrote poetry. One of the first African American women, while she was enslaved, wrote poetry. Imam Muhammad gave us enlightenment and wisdom, removed the veils of darkness and mysticism, and brought us balance into understanding Islam and our human nature. As the Native American people said, to be in tune with nature and creation, to seek a balance in that approach. And this is what Imam tried to get us to be a balance and to be aware of nature and our surroundings. We go to the next one. We talked about Job as one of the scholars and writing down the Quran. Phyllis Wheatley we talked about. Umar ibn Said. And these all up in the 1700s. We keep going. Then we got Bilal Muhammad. I see this comes a little bit larger, so some of this print is going to come out. The story about Bilal Muhammad. He was a slave owner of over, or a slave master of over 450 people on a plantation. And he wrote down a 13-page, what they call a risala, a letter, a book, instructing the community how to fast, trying to remind them how to call their God, some of the Islamic laws and rituals, trying to lead them a balance and a guide to go about. There's a movie that came out, I think, in the 80s by a woman named Sarah Dash. We talked about the Daughters of the Dust. And then the Daughters of the Dust, it shows how they moved the Gullah people on this Sappo Island from religious consciousness into materialism and into following society. They showed the psychological warfare, how they begun. And one of the movies, Bilal is dressed like a Westerner, but still maintaining his religion, teaching the child how to dicker and to be aware of God consciousness. The other group was looking like Muslims in the throes, but getting baptized. Imam Muhammad, as I said earlier, and I know we won't see it in this, is that he was a leader of the largest Muslim community in the United States. Imam Muhammad was a leader of interfaith, intra-faith, and motivating us as a community. And some of the wisdom you could change, come on up. Some of the wisdom that, these are some out of the book that he did, some of the wisdom that he imparted within us to bring us closer to a God consciousness, closer to a awareness. And here, he at this time in the early 80s or in the early 70s, he called us the body Christ, the people that are religiously living right. And he said the members of the Nation of Islam in America, the body Christ, are the best followers of Jesus, Moses, and the Prophet Muhammad. We recognize that all of them came from one religion, which is Islam, which is submission. And part of that submission is doing good works, doing good deeds. You know, one of the things we say, which one of the favors will you, Lord, will you deny? Allah just gave us these blessings. You know, we was taught on Elijah Muhammad. He said that we were taught freedom, justice, and equality. We was taught we have freedom in all walks of life, and that's what we have today. We have a relationship with the Jews. We have a relationship with the Christians. We have a relationship with the Catholics. We have a relationship with many other people that the Imam and Elijah Muhammad helped establish. I remember in 1974, the first time I ever saw Elijah Muhammad, he had some white folks up on stage and said, "These are white Muslim brothers," and they wound up being Turks. So for me, that was an example saying that we got to become more inclusive. And if we're going to come a Khalifa, a guardian over our society, over nature, we got to become balanced. We got to become more conscious of other people. We got to have empathy for others and understanding for others. We can move to the next one. And here, these are some of the things symbols that we see that still exist in America. One of the things are tombstones. This tombstone I found is very unique. It's the tombstone of a guy named Sambo Swift out of Georgia. Now, for me, the first time I ever heard the name Bilal was from Imam Muhammad. He said that we don't want to call ourselves Bilal, call yourself Bilalian. Take an ancestor, you know, and identify with a character that is the best of what we represent. And he said Bilal represented that. He was a person that was enslaved. He was an African. And he was a muezzin. He called people to prayer. Call people to God consciousness. That is a symbol for us to call people to God consciousness. We have the moral fiber, the moral character. If we stand right to call the people to freedom, justice, and equality. One of the cries that we hear all throughout was justice, no peace. You know, but and when and our souls is crying out for the justice in this world today. We see the unjust. So I think if that we unite ourselves and make that call, that voice for justice, just as Malcolm did, just as Elijah did, just as Muhammad did, if we unite our voice, then the people, I think the world will hear us and respond to the plate of justice. Now back to this Bilal. This tombstone I found in between two Bilals in America. Salih Bilali on St. Simon Island in Georgia, on the coast of Georgia, and the album was Sapper Island, led by Bilali Muhammad. Both of them was plantation managers. And in between these two, I see this tombstone with the one finger. And in the American history books, they say they believe that they're pointing up to heaven. What black man in that you know on a plantation gonna point to heaven? He believe in one God. And because our sensitivity to Islam and recognizing Islamic things, it is important for us to start exploring our history so we can start seeing the Islamic components within it. And I find this unique. And these tombstones we found from Florida all the way up to Maine, out to Kansas, all around, in church cemeteries and other places, which with the Tahis, some with Islamic names, some without. And towns. We find towns in America with Islamic names. Two I find very important is the town Muhammad, Illinois. They say Abraham Lincoln spent the night in that town. And this is made up of Melungeons, the Ben Ishmael people, and indigenous people. The next town is Muhammad, Texas. They exist. You know, American and Muslims wasn't cowboys in America, we was camel boys. They brought over 75 camels from around the world, and they say that at least 5 people that they brought from the Muslim world that betrayed us. One they call Hajj Ali, became known as Hajj Ali, and his story exists about. Here, then there's writings of Omar ibn Said. Within here, and I chose this writing on top in particular because he used Islamic Sufi rituals as amulets and as messages. So he points out that we also had a spiritual consciousness, a spiritual scholarship within us. And Omar had made Hajj before he was even captured. So there's a spirit, we could go on to the next one. So there's a spiritual inheritance that we have as well. Now, these are churches and what they call Eastern Shore. Eastern Shore is the area where the Frederick Douglass came up out of, Harriet Tubman came up out of, Charles Ball, who wrote his book, come up out of this area. In the Eastern Shore is one of the early areas where they brought us in and enslaved us in the 1600s. By time when the international slave trade stopped, the Eastern Shore was part of the domestic slave trade. They would produce people to be enslaved and send them around the country. In that area, they write about their churches that they built. The Europeans call them Gothic. Right now, we take them off for granted now because we've seen them. But what they did, they built their churches like masjids. No African nothing about no Gothic. They know what a mosque look like in Africa. So you see the minaret, you see the windows with the arch in it, and some of the churches have 2 doors, one for female, one for male. And in the stories that they write, they say, "Oh man, these churches were Gothic." But Africans don't know nothing about Gothic, but they know about masjids and being in Africa. So we see this all throughout. And in other parts, we can go to the next one. In other parts of like further south, they do churches with 2 doors. And one of the first church in Savannah, Georgia, the first African Baptist church, they have old Arabic script, which they call a Jami script, written all on his pews on the 2nd floor, and as well as on the used to be on the pastor's member podium. Also, the second Baptist church in Savannah, Georgia, played another pivotal role. I learned most recently is that when I forgot what order it was issued, but the order that came out, they say that we're supposed to be issued 40 acres and a mule. made a statement in Savannah, Georgia. And here, this is an article talking about the Muslims as leaders and why they chose this. This back come from Gambia in 1788. You know, they trust Muslims for drivers, and you see that in Salih Bilali and Bilali Muhammad, Abdul Rahman, and in others, Big Jack, because the trustworthiness and the honor and the discipline that we had is one of the reasons why they chose us as leaders on these plantations. Go ahead. And once again, we talk about Bilal, Bilal Muhammad. There's reports about over 450 people, and he was a model community. The white Europeans used to come down to go look at him and Salih Bilal, how they was able to discipline their community. What happened is that on these islands, it gets so hot, so many mosquitoes, the white folks couldn't stay on them. So they leave these black people on them and be in charge of themselves. So the Gullah people was able to develop some of the rituals and their characters and maintain them on some of these islands. Same thing with Salih Bilali. There's reports of him when he died. He was saying, La ilaha illallah Muhammadan Rasulullah, and on his deathbed. We know about the story of Abdul Rahman Ibrahim, being a plantation driver and a leader. He had leadership skills and a good character. He was an entrepreneur and had a small garden that sold produce in Natchez, Mississippi during this time. And that was really how he got the beginning of his freedom. Okay, my brother, next one. And some other early leaders, we go to the next slide. Some of the other early leaders that came at that time was not only Abdul Rahman, Bilal, and Salali, but Usman and Big Jack out of the plantation. Usman was he was a leader, what they call the Desmond Swamp, out of North Carolina area and on the corner of Virginia. He was a leader of a group of some Muslims. Bilali come up out of Timbo. Okay, we come to the next. We go to the next slide. We say Islam, freedom, justice, and equality. At the turn of the 20th century, Islam came to us as a liberating force in the inner cities. It came as Islam, freedom, justice, and equality. That's what we was taught. But what Islam meant was freedom, justice, and equality. And this is what we need today. We go to the next slide. Some of the early leaders out of that period of time, one of them was Noble Drew Ali. He was one of the first indigenous people that started with the concept. He first developed what they call the Canaanite temple. Some of the Canaanite, what they tied with the Canaanite is people out of Palestine. These what they call the Canaanite. This is Canaan land, on the land of Canaan. Canaan was one of the children of Ham. So this is why he came up with the Canaanites, trying to identify the black. Then he eventually later became in what he's called the Moorish Science Temple. And out of that Moorish Science Temple, he started in the Detroit area and wound up moving to Detroit, Chicago, pardon me, and New Jersey area. And wound up going to Chicago and Detroit area because he said the people were more receptive to Islam in that area. And most of those people was the Ben Ishmael people. Another Muslim that was here during that Noble Drew Ali time was a Sudanese brother named Sati Majid. He was out of Dagola, Sudan. He was reported to be a leader of the immigrant community of over 90,000 people in one newspaper article. He worked here from 1904 to 1929. He's the brother that went back to Egypt. They had a fatwa put out on against Noble Drew Ali that he was not teaching pure Islam. Then you had another leader, Sheikh Dawood, Mufti Muhammad Siddiqui. He first Muslim to come here from the Ahmadiyyan community in 1921 and help establish a masjid and a community on Wabash Avenue in the Chicago area. And a lot of our early jazz musicians came to that door. The next one was El Hajj Dawood, Sheikh Dawood, Faisal out of New York, which he had what they called the State Street Masjid, which a lot of the workers from the dock in the New York area went to his masjid and others. And from him came what we call the Dar Islam community. The next leader out of that same period of time was Wallace D. Farad. Farad Muhammad established what they call the Lost Foundation of Islam in the West, in the Detroit, Chicago, and Milwaukee area. He ran that from 1929 to 1934. There's reports that he converted over 25,000 people that he gave Islamic names to. during his time of leadership. Okay, the next one. Then at the early 20th century, Honorable Elijah Muhammad took over the leadership from 1934 to 1975. Under Honorable Elijah Muhammad leadership, the Nation of Islam grew from 3 temples to when he passed, it was 81. He built an $80 million empire. He was a model of what he said, do for self. He was a model of us coming together collectively to fund the organization, and you see that it worked on a national level. Imam Worthy Muhammad came in and decentralized and tried to give us motivation and stimulation as individual human beings to become more productive and self-produced. Some of us, we lost footing. Some of us, we didn't have the right training for the position that we had, so we couldn't hold it. But he also told us that we'll be back. It'd be like a metamorphosis, like from a caterpillar to the butterfly. And this is the time for us to become that butterfly. The developed communities, there's opportunities that Allah has blessed some of us. That we be retired and still young. Some of He's blessed us, like Elijah Muhammad said, with past friendships, good homes and money in all walks of life. Some of us got money. Some of us have been blessed to make 6-figure jobs. So there's other components. And there's pieces in around our country, like I can think of South Carolina, Columbia, Charleston, Detroit, Washington, D.C. And there's a few other pockets of most in our community. Atlanta, Georgia, they have projects in planning and development that we should come to get together to promote and support those few projects. We should maybe select 5 projects every 3 years to support, to help it make a national effort, so we can be productive again. And not only Elijah Muhammad, but we had Wali Akram, who was the leader of the Cleveland Masjid. He came up with a 10-year economic plan that tried to get us economically developed. He had Professor Muhammad Azadeen, who we know, some of us know as James Lomax Bey. He started what we call Lahuddin, a Universal Arab Association, the first African-American Sunni Muslim group. Matter of fact, Professor Muhammad Azadeen was the first African-American brother to take flight to somewhere. He went to Turkey, then he wound up going to Egypt. Then he came back in 1938 and developed communities that they brought property, land, and what they call Jabal Arabia up in West Valley, New York. Another place was what they call Azadeen Village outside of Philadelphia. I've been to that Azadeen Village. It's not developed like we should, but it could be a camp for Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts. The beautiful lake, beautiful pond. It's a beautiful area. We got to come together and work as a network. Okay, we go to the next slide. Okay, I see some of these have gotten big on the text. This here that covered some of the Islamic leaders of the 60s. We talked about Malcolm X and his role that he played in helping the involvement of the Nation of Islam and the influence that he had on the civil rights movement, on African American consciousness, on in the world. You know, Malcolm, Muhammad Ali, and W.D. Muhammad are world leaders, world models. They stimulate pride and inspiration. Another Muslim leader was Imam Yahya Abdul Karim. He's the one that started what they call Dar Islam community, the community from Dar Islam. From him, you got Imam Worthy Muhammad. Under Imam Worthy Muhammad, he established the largest Muslim community in America. When he passed, he was done. We didn't call him this. People call him this, the America's Imam. He's a model citizen. He's a model Imam. He's a model human being. Allah says in the Quran that that Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam is our example, is our model. We're supposed to be a model for the community. And Imam showed us that model, how to give back. Then you had Imam Jamil Al-Amin, who came out of the civil rights movement as H. Rap Brown. He came into a community and became a leader out of what they call the Dar es Salaam community. Then you had Siraj Wahaj, who was he was a part of our community for years since 1969. I think he left in the late 70s, and he established a community in Brooklyn, Taqwa. And they engaged in the community about drugs, getting rid of drugs. He was the first Muslim imam to open Congress in prayer. Imam was the first imam to open up the Senate in prayer. We go to the next one. These are some of the visual of them. Imam Sati Majid, Malcolm, Imam Yahya, Imam Mukti, Imam Warti Muhammad, Imam Dawood, Imam Jamil Al-Amin, Imam Professor Ezzuddin, Imam Sharaj Wahad, Imam Wali Akram, and Imam Honorable Elijah Muhammad. These are all African American leaders that had an influence upon us as a people and that are models for us how to come together into worshiping Allah and trying to unify ourselves and become productive. We go to the next one. Because we don't have that no more. We are the leaders. We are that model. You know, one of the things that, they say silence is golden. And one of the things that I was able to do at looking at Imam Warti Muhammad, looking through what they call the Muhammad Speaks, the Muslim Journal, the Balami News. You know, we had in the paper all the time, where do you go buy the paper? What temples, where to buy the paper? And so based upon that, when Elijah Muhammad got arrested in 42, he told them that he had 9 temples. Now we know 3 of them was established with numbers, but he said he had 9 of them. When Malcolm came in 56, there was like 26. When Malcolm left in 65, there was 41. When so Malcolm grew the temple, and we had to, the community, so we had to appreciate that. Another thing that we got to appreciate is that from that 65, from that 41 to 1975, we had 81 temples, not only in the United States, but overseas, the Caribbean, in some parts of the Caribbean, Trinidad, Bermuda, and a few other places. We got to give credit and respect to Minister Farrakhan, so he grew that. But under the leadership of Imam Warti Muhammad, when he took over, it was 81 and 75. By 82, there was 211. Double the growth. Double the growth and the growth of the community as far as masjid and its people. We go to the next slide. Well, these are some of the quiet things that he done. These are just some of the statistics and the numbers that we found about the different years and the growth that I said the summary of. We go to the next one. Okay. In here, you see the text is getting a little bit bigger, and I apologize. The entrepreneurs, we talk about the entrepreneurs. The Venture Smith was one of the earliest person that was enslaved, and we talked about him earlier. He was brought here at the age of 8. He brought his own family's freedom, his wife's freedom, and when he died in 1805, he owned over 100 acres of land in Connecticut. Another entrepreneur was Yara Mahmood out of the Washington, D.C. area. Yara Mahmood invested 3 different times in the different properties. The text is too big, so don't worry about it. I try to remember it. Yara Mahmood bought property in the Washington, D.C. area. He was a hauler. He was a fisherman. He made nets. He made bricks. Yara was very industrious and known for praying, known for dickering. Yara to the point that very few African Americans have ever had paintings ever painted of him. You got 2 people. One, Wilson Pill, who only really painted presidents, painted Yara Mahmood. Another one that painted Yara Mahmood painting is hang up by Simpson, and that painting hangs up in Washington, D.C. area. Today, they have a plaque on the area where Yara Mahmood house used to be. Someone bought it and we redeveloped it. So on there's that plaque. We can go ahead to the next one. This story is talking about the story of Venture Smith and in Connecticut. And this one talks about Yara Mahmood and his investment and development. He invested in 3 different times, and each time he lost, with the point that he started saving his own money. Yara Mahmoud brought his son's freedom. And like I say, he was very industrious. We can go ahead. And in Yara Mahmoud, you see there's a question on his name. Some reports is Mahmoud, Mahmoud, and then on one report they call him Mamadou. In there, his sister was also enslaved, called Hannah. You'll see that a lot of times when we was brought in here, it was like communities that was captured and enslaved. Also, there was another Muslim that lived in the D.C. area during the Yarrow period, who was a friend of Yarrow. His name was Joseph Moore. He had owned a grocery store in Georgetown in the 1800s, and he was a friend of Yarrow Mahmoud. These are some of the paintings about Yarrow in there. And there's a book that they wrote from the slave ship to Harvard, talking about some of Yarrow Mahmoud and his descendants. And this is some of the articles talking about Yarrow and his story and his experience. We'll go to the next one. Abdul Rahman Ibrahim. He's known as the Prince Among Slaves. He was known as having a very good character, honest character, a moral, and had integrity. He also was an entrepreneur. He owned his own garden where he harvested and sold products while enslaved. Matter of fact, one year he was selling his vegetables in old downtown, and a person that him and his father took care of, doing something charitable. 40 years beforehand, him and his father took care of a white European doctor that got sick and went on about his way. Ibrahim fought in many of his father's battles, then got captured and enslaved for 40 years. Then one day, Providence have it that he'd go downtown and sell his vegetables. That same European doctor, Dr. Cox, recognized him, saw him, was very instrumental of getting his freedom. He was able to get his freedom in 1828, and he made it all the way up to the White House and had a meeting with the president. And was he was by his wife's freedom and a couple of his children's freedom, and he made it back home. Well, made it back to Africa. When he got to Africa, he died in what they call Liberia at that time. He didn't make it directly home. Okay. And you go to the next slide, and there's a PBS movie about him. And each one of these stories, there's a deeper dive will help you to see a stronger character and morals and stories that we can begin to tell a story to help stimulate our children and motivate them. Another story is Honorable Elijah Muhammad and Jabir, his son Jabir, Herbert Muhammad, that really the Nation of Islam under Jabir and Elijah Muhammad's management increased its ownership of land to increase food production and autonomy for us as African American people. We own, they had factories, they had food, we had trucks going around. We was a nation within a nation. And these things, once you have something, one time you can have it, you can have the ability to get it back. We just got to build it on right moral characters so it could last. We got to build it on a strong foundation. You know, back in the early 70s, we had over 20,000 acres of land in Michigan, Alabama, and Georgia. We own business all across the country, you know, retail, rental property, commercial property, apartments. And Jabir was also Muhammad Ali's manager, boxing manager. Jabir helped the Nation of Islam to grow. He was the chief business manager for the Nation of Islam. We go to the next one. And here, you know, Elijah remind us, let's do something for ourselves. Now, what has the Nation of Islam had an impact on? By the mid-1960s, they made it popular and acceptable to be called black people. Back then, we was called coons, Negroes, we call everything but black. Elijah Muhammad made it become popular. Along with James Brown said, loud and black and I'm proud and other things, Black Panthers and other things help us come to accept that conscience of being black. But it was us, as the Nation of Islam, Muslims, to help motivate and stimulate that. It made being a Muslim popular in America, in the Americas, you know, all throughout the Caribbean, South America, North America. It made the immigrant Muslims, those that were hiding their faith, those that came out of communist countries that was hiding their faith, made them proud to become Muslim and had dignity. And Muhammad Ali represented that. Malcolm X represented that. They helped put the belief and focus that Islam is for freedom, justice, and equality for all. We didn't say for just for that. He said freedom, justice, and equality for all. Be inclusive of all. It helped to clean up many of us African American people, improve their lives, improve their character. And also, one of the things that we've done that's made popular and we can't see it is that bean pie and that carrot cake. That bean pie is as American as the apple pie. Everybody loves that bean pie. But we have not been able to capture or market that bean pie like we should. We need means of revenue to generate. Like in the early on, you see with Job and in the Annapolis Maryland area, first they was doing tobacco. Then the Quakers came in. The Quakers came in and started producing wheat. And we eat that Quaker oats and oats, Quaker oats, Quaker grits. We eat Quaker food they produce. The other thing, so this bean pie and that carrot cake, we could do the next slide. And hopefully this next one is the impact of Mount Muhammad. No, not yet. Muslim in service of our country. You know, because of Mount Muhammad and his work and his effort told us to become engaged in the community. We have Muslim judges. We have Muslim congressmen, Muslim congresswomen, state senators, mayors, elected officials, police officers, U.S. Army armed forces, firefighters, doctors, and teachers. And now they come from everywhere. They're Americans from countries like Bangladesh, Pakistan, Palestine, Yemen, Somalians, African American Muslims, who make up the diversity of Muslim American in service of our country. Today, I was looking at there's over 12 different types of Somalian elected officials. 2 are Muslim women judges. You know, the Somalians are really engaged in the politics, from Maine to Oregon to Michigan and Minnesota. They are very much engaged all throughout. The same thing with the Pakistanis and the Palestinians. They are starting to become politically aware and engaged. And one thing that Imam Muhammad started in the 90s, I believe, what they call Coalition for Good Government. Our Coalition for Good Government, which broaden our coalition, become inclusive. We got to remember that we Bilalians take on that role as Bilalian, leading and guiding the people, calling them to a consciousness. You know, we are no longer the first. You know, in the 90s and the 80s, it was African Americans first judges, first mayors, first Congress people. We're not there like that no more. There's Muslims from all around the world. Then we got to come to inclusive. You know, we got to come to Ansar, that helper, and the guy. This is our home. If we're gonna be that Khalifa to the next one, we got to do it with love, not arrogance, and not boldness, and not in blackness, but in humanness. Go to the next one. Muslims in American popular sports. We're all in, from professional sports to college. Muslims are all over, and they're from Guinea, Gambian Americans, Malian Americans, Nigerian Americans, Somalian Americans, Palestinian Americans, Lebanese Americans, Sudanese Americans, Egyptian Americans, Pakistanians, Turkish, Yemeni, and African Americans make up the mixture of American sports. These are people that play professional football, basketball, baseball. And these are the countries they come from. And same thing with music. Muslim R&B, popular jazz artists, popular music, hip hop and rap. Artists like Senegalese, you know, Akon is a Senegalese, Moroccan Americans, Palestinian Americans, Lebanese Americans, Sudanese Americans, Bangladesh, Egyptians, Palestinians, Turkish, African Americans. You know, we make up the mosaic of the American music, as well as poets, comedians, authors, dance, and visual. And then Muhammad told us we got to offer alternative culture. You know, one of the next things we got to do for some of us that are making money, we got to get come together and get a TV show and produce a TV show that we can tell a Muslim American story, so that our story can start being told. We go to the next slide. Our story we got to learn to compete in the marketplace of ideas. Okay, we go. This is now the impact of Imam Muhammad. The first Muslim mayor of the United States city came from our community. The first Muslim judge, Abdul Shakur, our community. The first Muslim chaplain Muhammad, our community of the U.S. Army. The first Muslim to lead the U.S. Senate in prayer, Imam Muhammad. First Muslim fire chief from our community. And many elected and local officials across the country. Police chiefs, fire chiefs, fire commissioners. I can think of Imam Pasha, Ezekiel Pasha, police commission, police commissioner. The Imam Muhammad, he introduced the idea to change the name as people from being called black people to Bilalian or African American people. I remember when he told us that we should call ourselves Bilalian. Then he saw that it was causing more of a conflict among other people. He said, then call yourself African American. Now I remember Jesse Jackson, Senator Wilder, and a few of the other African American leaders coming together in Chicago saying that we are now going to be identifying ourselves as African American people. That was a stimulation from Mahmoud Muhammad and his idea. The other thing is that he reintroduced the establishment of interfaith work among the various religious groups worldwide. Worldwide. You know, he helped open the door up to what we say friendships of all walks of life. And maybe now it's time for us to start to exercise that friendship, to calling people into the consciousness of fairness and justice for all people of the world. Imam Muhammad introduced into the marketplace the concept of cooperative buying nationally, AMCOP, before the Sam's Club, before Costco ever came about. He tried to stimulate people, just like Moses people were bickering and dickering with Moses when he was on the 40 years. We bicker and bicker with Imam Muhammad. So some of the things that he presented, we didn't get. Somebody else took. It's Costco. This is AMCOP. He told us to buy collectively and then sell to the market at a discount rate. Now they do it. Here's another thing. We never heard of shea butter till Imam Muhammad put it out in the marketplace. Shea butter's in everything now. Everything. But yet we have not been able to materialize or capitalize off ourselves. You know, it is time for us to start coming and, you know, be more intelligent. You know, they say that we don't grow up till we come into manhood till we get 40 years old. And for some of us as African American, it takes us a little longer. But we've been on this mission with W.D. Muhammad for 50 years. Coming into 50 years, so we should be in manhood and maturity. Some of us got good jobs and retired. We could take some of our funding and help develop different projects that you're comfortable with. You know, and take the example down south. You know, they people might want a second home, a home for a summer home that they could develop and maybe rent out amongst the Muslims that we could travel to. There's other things that we got to broaden our scope. We got to start thinking more collectively and internationally and allow opportunity individually for that human being to seek some type of benefit. Next one. Now, celebrating October, you know, alhamdulillah, for the last 19 years, Washington, D.C., the mayor of Washington, D.C., been celebrating October as Islamic Heritage Month, been issuing proclamation. This is the proclamation of 2005. This is the proclamation of 2024. The different mayors all throughout. Now, when we first started, they would have been acknowledging that. Now, alhamdulillah, Canada celebrates October as Islamic Heritage Month. You go to the next slide. You have different states, like the state New Jersey celebrates Islamic Heritage Month in January. And I don't have no problem with that. That's Muhammad Ali's birthday. I ain't got no problem with January. That's my man's birthday. There's some places, California and a few other places do it in July. You know, in July, Farah came. You know, we thought that Farah came in July 1930, so I ain't got no problem with that. And then in May, I think Mississippi do celebrate theirs in May. Now, when we first started, we started in June. Mom told us, he said, Mom Jahari, he said that we should do it during the month that school is out. I mean, school is in, so that down the schools can be more forced to try to teach Islamic Heritage Month because they're open. So then we started looking and investigating, and we found October was the most successful month. In October, Elijah Muhammad is born. In October, Professor Muhammad Ezzeddin, who started what the first Sunni Muslim community, African American Sunni Muslim community. Imam Wardi Muhammad was born in October. Imam Jamil Al-Amin, who started as part of Dar Islam community. So now you got at least 3-4 different communities of African Americans could come together on that. In October, Abdul Rahman, and when he got his freedom in October in 1820, he wrote his first letter in October, saying how he got captured and where he got captured. Also in October, the first white European American Muslim, he died in October, Russell Alexander Webb. So we're trying to encourage people around the country, let's start getting this Islamic Heritage Month going. Eventually it will come. African American History Month first started as a week, then it went to 2 weeks. Now it's monthly, and it's coming up broad. Now I grant you they're invading us. Now I look part of the African October Islamic Heritage Month. Part of it is Islamic Spanish History Month for 2 weeks, which is part of Islam as well. The Spanish component to that we share. But I see that they just started also. The alphabet people are starting to celebrate that as Pride Month as well. But we got to lift our voice up. We go to the next slide, and I think this is it. I talked about some of the things I think that we need to do to enforce what Imam W.D. Muhammad II had expressed about collective coming together. We need to have a vision for our future. Our local vision, a national vision, and a regional vision. We need to come together on different projects around the country, to help different communities. They got different projects. We can evaluate, make assessment, and make appeal for investors to invest, to put some of their money. Northeast people and California people make more money and some of the Midwest people make more money than people down south and everything. So there's a little bit more capital. One of the things Elijah Muhammad said, and I hold to heart, he said, I'm going to get money out of my brother's vest pocket. He didn't have it. He had belief that he's going to get out of his brother's vest pocket. And I believe in that. I don't have it. Ya Allah. Ya Rasulullah. He's the provider. He can provide. David defeated Goliath. And so we can achieve. Surely, man, Allah said in the Quran, surely man gets what he strives for. What? Through patience and perseverance. So we got to keep striving. And Allah eventually will win out. The massages, the different massages, we need to develop different revenue streams. We can't rely just on the believers making their donation. We got to come up with different revenue streams. Now, one thing that I experienced, I used to work for Master Muhammad as the business manager. And we had to experience that one pioneer left word to leave a donation when they passed to the masjid. We never got the money. The family changed their mind or whatever. We never got the money. Then another pioneer left money through their insurance company. That insurance company paid us directly. So I will encourage us. Many of us are pioneers now. Many of us are retired. Many of us, we can take some money in our insurance that we have out and dedicate some to the masjid. Then these masjids, we can start developing. We can start coming up with annuities and other things that we could develop, become more financially stable. And these are some things that we need to do. Some masjids, we need to develop business managers. All imams don't have all type of skills. Some of the imams, they're developing to learn Arabic, developing to learn the spirituality of the Quran. So you need somebody that will come in to help with the business aspect, motivation for the business mind. And as I said earlier, we need to expand the Coalition for Good Government. This was a development under W.D. Muhammad. We developed in the early 90s, brought in the different elected officials around the country. Many of us are not elected now, but we're in a different world. Back in the 70s and the 60s, it was a black and white, maybe a little Latino. Now it's multicultural. We got Muslims from all over the world that came here in the 70s and the 80s from different wars and different aspects. That we got to open our mind up now. And we got to come more mature and become more inclusive, make our voice a little louder voice. They already follow us as models. When we begin with that, we have a melodious voice. We are models. Look how they love Muhammad Ali. Look how they love that bean pie. Look how they love Elijah Muhammad, Malcolm X, W.D. Muhammad. Look how they do hip hop. Look how they do R&B. Look at the influence. We need to become more intelligent and market the best of what we have, the best of our character, the best of us, when we become a model and get an economic independence. And go to the next one. I think the next slide is the ending that we talk about some of the programs that we are doing this month. We just had one today. Our next program will be the history of Muslims in America of the 1800s, the towns, leaderships, personalities in the Civil War. This coming Tuesday at 3 p.m., where we take a deeper dive into the different topics. This coming Thursday, the 10th, we're going to talk about the Nation of Islam, Temple number 4. We're going to take a deeper dive and look into that. So forth. And the 15th, Tuesday, there's the Muslims of the 19th or the 20th century. That Thursday, hopefully we're going to talk about San Diego. We get everyone committed to that, looking at Temple number 8. The fourth Tuesday, we're going to talk about the history of Muslims in the 21st century. And you will see that a lot of Muslim immigrants, the Somalians, how politically they are involved and engaged, how the Pakistanians and the Palestinians, and then how Muslims are the doctors. We start seeing characteristics of some of the Muslim immigrants and the type of work that they do, is what we learned in this last exhibit that we developed. Then we're going to talk about the early years of Imam Murti Muhammad and his leadership. And we're going to talk about the history of Muslim American culture and service. Then the last thing we're going to do, and hopefully we're working on it, is Muslims art. Over the last couple of years, I had a European lady approach me saying that she's doing a study on the art of the Nation of Islam. And then I had another artist that said that he's working on the art of the Nation of Islam, and I tried to encourage him to look at the art of the transitional year. Because only the Imam Murti Muhammad, he used art to communicate his message to us. It's to open our minds up spiritually. And one of the last things that he did with us, one of the last few meetings that we had with him, he passed out his art. He sold his art. He tried to encourage, he said that, I'm an artist. And look at my artwork. He put out 3 different arts to try to encourage those that are about art, to do art, be creative with the art. So we're going to try to talk about, and then if you look in the papers, there was a comic strip or some drawing or some type of message. We use art to help deliver that message. So we're going to try to talk about some of the art and the satire of the Nation of Islam will be the last of it. So I thank y'all for the opportunity to share this knowledge. I thank y'all for the opportunity for the love. I pray that we come together as a community to have success in this life and success in the next. I thank y'all. And I guess if there's any questions, I'll try to answer a few questions.
Wa alaikum assalam. Yes, sir.
So we're going to try to talk about some of the art and the satire of the Nation of Islam.
Well, first, open it up for Imam Muhammad II.
To share this knowledge.
Yes, somebody's got a mic open or something. I'm not sure what it is. Idea?
Yes, sir, I'm getting
it. Yeah, excellent work, Brother Amir. And yeah, I look forward to, and I hope everybody's been listening, that he has looks like he has a pretty big busy schedule that we can continue our support by following him and his I think it's a blog or it's a daily. It was at the top of the screen a minute ago that he has, and I just want to say, yeah, your the work that you're doing, we need to. I would hope to see a broader audience, and as communities around the country hear your call to work together and to start planning together. So that means we need community activities where we have young and old meeting, the males meeting with the males and the group meeting with the group, and forming different committees and create some structure. I said this many years ago when I first asked the mosqueers to have a planning committee, that I was probably remembering and echoing things that I heard when I was a small child, but probably too young to really see the significance of it. But I see now that we have a very, very strong need. We have the ability and the proper leadership. You know, I see Amir as not just being the curator of the museum or just a historian, a person. I see him with a vision that he's that he didn't just develop today. He's had this vision, I'm sure, for many, many years. I don't know how you got your beginning or your interest in in history, but any governmental system or community or anything, we have to have a foundation, a grasp on where we come from and where we are and where we need to go. And Amir, man, I see you as being a excellent catalyst for people to spark the interest in the minds of the people that actually want to see a better future for us as African American people and that want to follow leadership. You know, so I encourage people to try to follow you. You probably got your little cult following already. If you don't, you should. You should. I would like to see more young people, especially young people that are in high school and college and going to college, even younger than that. Calling you, coming, listening to your program, and maybe even find an opportunity to ask you questions on how they can get and dive deeper into some of the topics that you brought up. And I can hear, although you seem to have a great, like a photogenic idea, a concept of everything that you present, that you didn't just start doing this. This is your work and you're expert at it. But I also hear in something, I don't know if this is something that has evolved in you, but a desire for growing the community, like that. It might have started out as you studying and wanting to know things, but now I think you like on another level right now, where I think you have a grasp on what we need. And I appreciate you. I appreciate you stepping out there and following your desires you have in you for leadership and for directing the future for the next generations, and for us today. What you said today was really profound in my eyes should prick the conscience of especially our leadership. I hope some of our leadership has been listening, and we shouldn't just be meeting on local interests. How to keep the bills paid in the masjid. We should be trying to build community. The same thing Elijah Muhammad did, and we need to figure out how he did it. He had everybody was involved in a focus. You had different roles. I wasn't there, so I can't tell you. So, correct me. It's going to be 100 people probably telling me I don't know what I'm talking about. But I know he had roles for different groups of men, roles for different groups of women, and then he had governmental roles for leadership and education, business, and everything. So everybody can't lead, and everybody should not come to a meeting looking for a role of directing the group. There's some people that are natural and born leaders. I see that in you. With you, it's natural because it comes from the heart. You're not trying to do anything in a selfish manner. So I believe God will bless you if you try to encourage, which I know that's what you're doing, because you used to travel around the colleges and you talk to people. So I could hear and feel your experience. So I just wish you had more support. I said it at the convention. I just wish you had more support, but it'll come, inshallah. But those that were here, I hope you heard and kind of feel what I'm feeling, that we need to organize and get together for the right reasons and follow the best of our leaders in our community. And we need, and our leaders, we should step out and form some more focused organizations, like focus programs, that's not just, helping elderly, food drives. And, we can follow what we find the church doing and the leaders, but we need to follow our leaders, Imam W.D. Muhammad, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. We need to follow our leaders because they had the greatest and biggest success, even though they were living on the same block with the reverend and the preacher and the church and the synagogues and everybody. But why did we have such great success? We need to go back there, and I think Allah is not going to bless us until we go back and figure out how we did it the first time and get started on it. And everything starts small. I can spark a whole bunch of small fires. You know, anybody needs some help, I can give you a couple $100 here and there, maybe a couple grand, depending on, you know, but you can't come to me hustling for dollars. I know what brothers will do for $5 or $10, so I know what they'll do for a couple grand. But so if you serious, hey, I got your back, and I'm one person, and there's probably hundreds, if not thousands, of African American men and that would do the same in a heartbeat, that would support your effort. So if you're young and you got a sharp mind and you got the spirit and you trying to establish something for the sake of Allah and for community, we can see through your BS. So we'll see you. So, but those that's out there that want to do something, really, let's go to work. Let's go to work. Yep. All right. I can't hear Amir.
You muted, brother Amir.
Okay.
I think
Yeah, we probably ready for some questions. I'm gonna back off, but I think y'all understand and hear what I'm saying. That we have an opportunity to take advantage of good leadership in our community, and you all just witnessed a brother that's very capable of leading young people in the direction, the path that he's been in and that he's in, and helping you with some good advice on how you should be managing your future if you want to have the best future possible as an African American Muslim and as a African American period. You know, but Muslims, we have a certain way we want to live, and we want it to be halal, we want it to be Muslim, but we also want it to be us. We don't want to follow in the footstep of other immigrants. They got their own issues, they have their own path and their own problems. We want to do it for us. So if you want to do it for us, let's get together. All right. I think you still muted, Amir.
We got two.
You got to turn one of them devices in.
With their hands raised.
Yes, sir. Okay, we'll go with Imam Elam, then we'll go with Imam Alfred.
Yes, sir. Assalamu alaikum, brother Amir.
Like my son.
I just echo what Imam Muhammad II has said, but I coming from also a historian. I remember Imam Muhammad, I mentioned to him how I liked history and he loved history. You fill in a void. We got great historians out there, Black historians, at a prestigious college that wrote out the history of Al-Islam. And so there's a big hole in there. And with the project that you have done and what you're doing and you continue to do, it makes them look small. I can appreciate what you're doing, and you have filled that hole, that gap, just like in the House of Knowledge. There was one stone that was not put in there to make that house complete. Well, in the historical aspect, you've done it, and man, we're proud of you in this community, and thank God for Imam Muhammad and your support of Imam Muhammad.
Next, we'll go with Imam Alfred.
Willing my son. Thank you for that.
Imam Alfred, go ahead with your question.
He may be muted also.
You're unmuted, Imam Alfred. Go ahead with your question. while Imam Alfred is preparing for his question, if anyone on the phone lines, if you can't raise your hand, those on the phone line, please just go ahead and mute yourself, and we'll acknowledge you for your question or comment. We'll go with 770. Go ahead on the phone line.
Assalamualaikum. Assalamualaikum, Brother Amir. Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, he can hear you, Sister Zelly.
Alhamdulillah. Yes, alhamdulillah. This brother, as Imam Muhammad said, he just pulled so many things off our websites, off our mind, our spirit, and what he said was so real. I worked with the New World Patriotism Day in Chicago in the parades. I'm being real. I didn't hear you say anything about that, nor the Omar and the Now soft drink. But not only that, my brother, what you shared with us is so special. How you went down the line with all these people in our lives and communities. And I can see why they don't want to put the history of us as a people in the schools, because they don't have it. They don't know anything about us. We did so much, it's just knock them off this block, as they say. But what you said, brother, yes, what Brother Walter II said, yes, we need to get busy with our culture so we can go forward and also be able to develop our lives. Our community is our responsibility, and that's what we should be doing, working on our community and making it our responsibility. You said so many wonderful things. I'm just so grateful how you put everything together and represented us as a brother in this community. And yes, I met you many years ago in Washington, D.C. I left Washington, D.C. When they built a masjid on New Jersey, where it is now, Islamic way. So I do have a little history, and I have met you personally, but more than that, what you said today was so special. Only Allah knows how me and myself and my family can go forward with it, but it's so special what you shared, brother. I just want to thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you, Brother Watson, second, for acknowledging what this brother is talking about.
And good to hear your voice, sister. And I heard what you said. I can't have a slice of bean pie without a glass of Omar juice. I missed that Omar soft drink. So I know I heard it's coming back. So I'm waiting. I'm listening. You let me know, okay?
I agree. When you said Omar, I could taste the drink going down my mouth. When you said, you're totally right.
Well, that carrot juice in there, man. We need that. And see, you got to add this to your thing. The Snapple came after the Omar juice, man.
Yeah. I had it in the exhibit, but I got to do it in the presentation.
Okay, all right.
Yes, sir. And we're going to develop Chicago back too, Brother Alfred. I hear you, because I heard what you said about Chicago. I haven't given up on Chicago. I moved to Georgia, but Chicago is still so much a part of me, and it's not going anywhere in my heart and spirit. And thank you, Brother Martin II. It's just been a special, special day for us today. And I want to say one more thing. When we give birth to a child, the mother, what's the first thing that mother wants to be said? In the ear, because this sister who did the part about the ear, it was so special. We talk about Allah, how they put Allah in the mind, in the ear of their child when the baby's born. And since COVID, we've been on the phones listening and listening. So we're going to have to come out of this cocoon and become the butterfly, or be what we're supposed to do, believe it, and work for the betterment of the good, because this is our community and it is our responsibility. So I just want to thank you so much for sharing once again, Brother Ward II. It's been so special. Thank you. Alhamdulillah. Thank you, Brother Amir, because you went into some history. It was so beautiful. Alhamdulillah, brother. Just beautiful.
And let the sisters know y'all got my support. Y'all got my support. Y'all organize them sisters. Y'all organize the sisters and plan the meetings. The brothers gonna show up, and y'all know how to handle the brothers. Y'all give them the outline of the program. This is what we need you to do. And if they can't do nothing but open the door and sweep the floors, that's what they gonna do. But if you let me know, I know y'all can organize, get those sisters together. So every time I drive, I'm in my car, I see the sisters. They on their phones. So they talking about something. We just got to give them the right thing to talk about.
Yes, sir.
Let's organize.
Yeah,
let's get it together. I give you my money. If y'all organize, I got your back. I'll pay the phone bill. I get somebody, Whatever y'all need, we can. Whatever we need as a community to make progress, we can do it. But we need people that when you call them and ask them to do something. This was the biggest thing to Robin. The problems my wife had. She would ask people to do stuff and then they let her down. You know, they ask them to organize or do things. So we got to get people that's going to commit. And I know that if you get the right people together, everybody got their little cliques. You get your clique together and y'all do something to help grow this community. You know, everybody got their little groups. With the brothers, we so divided. Y'all just got to tell us where the sisters are meeting and we'll show up. I've been trying for the longest.
Brother Imam Muhammad said that the brothers are the legs of society and we are society. So what you're saying, we want you to be the legs for just what you just said, brother, and support us. And when you commit, keep your word. The word, my goodness, people keeping the word is the biggest challenge. That is the biggest challenge.
Now, brothers, I discovered that if you ask a brother and if you talk to him face to face, a lot of times, most brothers don't lie and their word is their bond. So most brothers, if you can get them to commit, say, brother, can you make a commitment? They will tell you, no, I cannot commit, or they will commit. But when they commit, you got to follow up. That's the thing with a man. You got to call him back. You got to say, hey, brother, remember what you said? And he might let you down, but he ain't gonna lie to you. He ain't gonna look you in the face and lie. But a lot of times, these, not just the brothers, but the sisters too. My wife had trouble with them, and I think that's because some people might have viewed her as an outsider because of her connection with me. But sisters got their cliques, they're people that they trust, and that's your friends. So you get with your friends and let's build this community. That's my message to the sisters. Yeah, alhamdulillah.
And my children, that's the main people I have to work with right now. And the technology we have. This technology is real with me. That's the biggest thing. But the brothers in Chicago, I really work with them very well. I think a lot for brothers in Chicago. I cannot say nothing but good for them. A lot way fine. Okay, Brother Walker II, I'm so grateful to Allah to be able to talk to you and you share what you said. We keep going forward with the help of Allah. Thank you again.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, Imam Alfred, are you on? We see you unmuted. If you have a question, this is the time to ask. And on the YouTube audience, if you had a question, this is the time to ask that question. We're closing out this presentation for the First Sunday Community Program. If there's anyone else that had a question, this is the time to ask the question. If not, we're going to turn it over to Brother Amir for his closing remarks, and then we will conclude the presentation of this First Sunday Community Program with Imam W.D. Muhammad II. So, Brother Amir.
All right. Assalamu alaikum.
Before you start, Brother
really
Amir, what Imam Muhammad mentioned was the list of programs that you had. You had a schedule of events for the America's Islamic Heritage Museum. How can the believers follow that, support that, view that, and where they can do that at? You muted, Brother Amir.
On the phone.
Yeah, if you just
it's every Tuesday at 3 o'clock. And every Thursday during the month of October at 4 o'clock.
Where at? Where
on Facebook and on Zoom. You could join on Zoom Live, or you could join us on Facebook Live. And you can go to our calendar at AIHmuseum.org and sign up for the registration for the presentation.
It broke up for a little bit.
There's a comment that came about.
It broke up a little bit when you were just saying the
talk about the children, to teach the sons and their children. So you can submit a proposal. I am more than willing to be a tool and an access. We also have an app, AIH Museum. You can pull it down on Google Play or Apple Store. And it would take you through the early legends. It would take you through the 1700s, the 1800s, the 1900s, the
Wow, okay.
Century and 21st century. So once again, I really community. We was told to tell our story. I came into this. I used to work for a Muslim organization, a political organization, and I saw that they was writing us out of history, and I thought that I got to tell our story. I've seen that story grow and come. Appreciate. Allah says, out of darkness come pressures that was put upon the different communities, made them come appreciating us as African American people and our Islamic experience in America. So as Allah says, out of darkness comes light, or as out of a diamond comes a lot of pressure, with a lot of pressure that has been upon us. The diamond of our soul can rise up and shine a better light to the world, as long as we be true to the Quran and its guidance. And look and measure. Don't throw WD away. Don't throw like Muhammad away. 2 members, but they all got something to contribute to us. Every different aspects, and bring it back to our community and develop it. So I thank y'all for this opportunity. May Allah increase us in faith, reward us, and stimulate us, motivate us for freedom, justice, and equality for all. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. All right, appreciate you, brother. Look forward to hearing from you again. Anytime
Yes.
you need an audience, we're here for you. The Mosqueers is here for you. And we're going to make sure that information you put is in the chat. I'm not sure some of it was cutting out at the end.
Okay.
Your entire program, it was recorded, and I don't know if you're recording on that end, but it was excellent. If in the future, I don't know how free Brother Ideal is. If you want a copy, I'm sure you can get a copy. But yeah, keep up the good work, brother, and we look forward to hearing from you. And alhamdulillah. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you, man. I will with us all. Alhamdulillah.
Yes, sir. All right. Well, we done with the questions, right, Ideal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Alhamdulillah. So, well, we're going to close out the Mosque's First Sunday program. And we want to thank everyone that signed on, the YouTube side, and also the Zoom side. And I'm not sure we're on Facebook. We generally post on Facebook. So we appreciate you. And if you need to contact us, you know how to contact us on the mosqueers.com. And also, if you have any questions or about how to participate and join in on our programs, we have about 4 major programs. Our next upcoming program will probably be, it is the Savior's Day program, but Savior's Day program, then Ramadan starts. So Ramadan is usually 30 days, about 30 days max. And then we're going to have the Ramadan session. So we have 2 programs that we want you to be thinking about, prepare yourself to participate. And quite often, the Savior's Day program is a huge reflection of the leadership, and also the Ramadan session is even a better reflection of the leadership that students or imams under the leadership of the Imam W.D. Muhammad. And these are programs you want to participate in and encourage your family and friends to be a part of. And Ideal is here. I'm not sure if Brother Bashir, if any of the committee members want to speak more. I'm looking at Imam Elam, but that doesn't mean other people aren't on here. But if you all want to invite people to join the committees and help in the planning of the Savior's Day program, which is a very big and dear to the hearts of the believers in this community, a big part of our lives. We see it as our holiday. You know, Muslims from the legacy of the leadership, the Muslim leadership, the African American Muslim leadership, we all identify very strongly with the Savior's Day holiday as being something special for us as African American people. All right. Well, I'm gonna
Yes,
pass
sir.
it to you, Adil. Okay.
Yes, sir. And as Imam Muhammad mentioned, we do have our Savior's Day program coming up, which usually takes place the last weekend in February. And this year, inshallah, that'll be 2025. And inshallah, this year, as he mentioned, the Ramadan sessions more than likely will be 2 to 3 weeks immediately following the Savior's Day. Ramadan will be coming in 2 to 3 weeks after Savior's Day. So the Ramadan session program is usually within the last 10 days of Ramadan over the weekend, inshallah. And he mentioned our programs. The next First Sunday community program will be November 3rd, which will be the first Sunday in November, inshallah. So we invite you all to tune in. And as he mentioned, you can reach us and contact us via the internet at themosquecares.com. You can contact us via telephone at 708-679-1587. Please donate.
When you said November 3rd, I must be tired because I said that sounds familiar. That's my birthday. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I can't no cake for me, but you can wish me happy birthday. Next first Sunday. Next first Sunday is my birthday.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
Inshallah. First Sunday.
God willing, I'll be here.
Inshallah. And
Inshallah.
As our man mentioned, today's theme was service. And he mentioned Savior's Day as being our holiday. But as servants of Allah, it's a working holiday for us. So as he'll be working on his birthday, that's what we do, is we serve. So
that's how we
invite
roll.
you all to serve with us, inshallah, on the next first Sunday, November 3rd, inshallah. So with that being said, we're going to conclude this First Sunday community program. We thank you all for joining. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum to all the believers.
Alaikum assalam, Imam Bashir. Good to hear your voice, brother. Excellent work. Excellent work.
Yeah. We appreciate you, brother Imam. Excellent